We don't do technological block. We are really pro about open source community to use the best of the cloud technologies. We're not jobs. We're very flexible and adaptable. And the last, we are the trusted cloud, the safe cloud. There is an international company called Mandiant. Google has just
Alô? Capitão? Capitão de Vizias? Alô?
Buenos días a todos los intérpretes. Vamos a hacer unos testes diferentes hoy, una vez que estamos haciendo este taller desde la Colombia. Entonces, voy a hacer el teste aquí de Washington con los intérpretes y después vamos a esperar que las personas de Colombia hagan también los testes, ¿ok? Entonces, yo voy a empezar con Napoleón. Voy a pasar al canal de portugués para hablarnos. Napoleão, está me escutando aqui? Perfeito. Você entendeu a minha mensagem anterior lá? Que eu falei? Exato. Então vamos passar para outro canal agora de espanhol e depois a gente aguarda lá falar desde a partir da Colômbia. Espanhol. Ahora sí le escucho muy bien. ¿Y usted me escuchas? Muy bien. Entonces, le pido por favor aguardar un rato. Que cuando hablen de Colombia, vamos a ver si están escuchando bien. ¿Está bien? Muchas gracias. Maria Raquel, can you hear me?
Alô, consegue me ouvir, Francine?
Oh, perfect. Did you hear what I said before about the test with Colombia?
The government of El Salvador can
Okay,
continue the
perfect. So let's try first the Spanish channel, and after that we pass to Colombia, okay? Thank you. Buenos días, María Raquel, ¿me escuchas? Muy bien, alto y claro. Perfecto, entonces le pido por favor aguarde un rato para que después pasamos a Colombia. Gracias. Good morning, Frida. Can you hear me? It's good afternoon. Yes, please. Buenas tardes, ¿me escuchas? Ahora sí, está bien. Entonces, después le pido, por favor, vamos a hacer el teste también desde Colombia para saber si están escuchando bien. ¿Ok? Muchas gracias, Frida. Coronel Talavera, me escuta?
Tarde, Maurílio. Escuta aqui forte e claro. Como é que está o sinal aí na GID e nas traduções? Tudo bem?
Perfeito, Coronel. Já fizemos o teste aqui com 3 intérpretes. Tem um que vai entrar agora às 14h30. Eu vou pedir para o senhor, por favor, falando por aí, para a gente confirmar com os intérpretes se estão escutando o senhor bem a partir aí da Colômbia também, ok?
Perfeito. Estamos na escuta aqui, você me sinaliza que a gente começa o teste aqui.
Tá
É o
ótimo.
Maurílio.
Vou
A
confirmar.
Ravazzi está te mandando um abraço aqui, Maurílio.
Excelente. Manda um abraço aí para todo mundo aí, especial para o Ravazzi.
Excelente.
Por favor, a los intérpretes, les pido que envíen un mensaje para saber si están escuchando desde Colombia.
Acá lo escutamos muy bien.
Napoleão escutou aí a voz do pessoal da Colômbia? Oi, me escuta? Conseguiu ouvir o pessoal da Colômbia? Desculpa, não entendi. Você copiou a mensagem lá ou conseguiu ouvir o pessoal da Colômbia? Não, você não escutou. É o Talaveira falando agora por último.
Vou falar aqui, Maurílio, para ver se ele escuta, tá ok?
Então eu vou falar com o Coronel Talaveira de novo agora. Vê se você escuta, por favor. Eu vou pedir a ele uma vez mais. Vou passar para o Flor, aí vê se você escuta. Você me manda uma mensagem aí no chat mesmo, ok? Senão eu volto a falar com você por aqui. Coronel Talaveira,
Na escuta.
Só para o senhor falar aí para a gente ver
Ok.
o intérprete aí.
Buenas tardes, acá de Colômbia. Boa tarde, aqui da Colômbia. Good afternoon, here from Colombia. We are trying to establish connection with translation team. Did you hear me? Buenas tardes a todos desde aquí de traducción. ¿Es posible escucharnos acá de Colombia?
Ok, Napoleão, escutou agora, né? Ok, perfeito. Então tá jóia. Vou dar o pronto lá. Vamos só aguardar o último intérprete. Obrigado.
Escutou aí, Maurílio, tudo certo?
Ok, Coronel Talaveira. Então, só faltando um intérprete para a gente fechar, que deve conectar agora às 14h30.
Perfeito.
Já fecha com o senhor. Os outros 3 já estão em condições.
Obrigado, meu amigo. A gente está na escuta aqui, tá? Vou fechar o microfone e a gente vai se falando aí. Obrigado.
Ok, obrigado.
Coronel Talaveira, é o Bittencourt falando.
Boa tarde, Bittencourt. Na escuta, meu amigo.
Só para informar o senhor que ainda falta uma intérprete. Assim que ela conectar, a gente vai chamar o senhor novamente para fazer esse último teste.
Positivo, Bittencourt. Obrigado. Estamos aqui na escuta, aqui em condições.
Senhor, obrigado, coronel.
Obrigado. Boa tarde.
Olá, Ingrid. Consegue me escutar bem? Olá, Ingrid. Ingrid, consegue escutar? Olá, Ingrid. Tudo bem? Agora sim te escuto. Seu microfone aqui a gente não está conseguindo ouvir muito bem. Ainda não. Tem como aumentar um pouco o microfone? Ok. Ah, agora sim, tá perfeito agora. Vamos testar o canal de espanhol, para a gente ver se está ok também? Buenas tardes, Ingrid. ¿Me escuchas? Buenas tardes, ahora sí, te escucho muy bien. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Todo tranquilo? Perfecto. Yo voy a llamar las personas desde Colombia para saber si escuchas bien también, ¿ok? Un rato, por favor. Boa tarde, Coronel Talavera. O último intérprete já conectado e feito o teste conosco. O senhor poderia falar para ver se eles copiam também, por favor?
Boa tarde, Maurício. Claro. Boa tarde, equipe de tradução aqui, transmitindo da Colômbia. Good afternoon, translation team here. We are trying to establish connection with you here from Colombia. Buenas tardes a todos de la equipe de traducción acá de Colombia, intentando estabelecer enlace de comunicación. ¿Me escuchan?
Oi, Ingrid, conseguiu ouvir? Muchas gracias. Entonces, empieza a las 3 aquí desde Washington, daqui a media hora. Muchas gracias. Ok, Coronel Talavera, testes encerrados, todos os 4 intérpretes escutando forte e claro daí, daqui também, todos os canais estabelecidos.
Muito obrigado, Maurílio. Prosseguimos aqui na escuta. Vou encerrar o microfone. Estará em contato com vocês aí na parte da tarde. Os divisieis, o capitão-tenente divisieis da Marinha do Brasil, o tenente-coronel Ravásio, capitão-tenente Vinícius, tá? Se tiver alguma demanda, por favor, pode acionar aí para o WhatsApp. A gente está aqui na escuta. Obrigado desde já.
Obrigado, permanecemos na escuta também.
Positivo.
Se tiver suave o OBS aí, já vai no você passa lá.
Agora, uma coisa que
Fica atento no celular. É só isso que eu colocar, você vai ter. Tá aí, eu não. Agora? Sim. Olha. Depois mentira, só uma joia. Rio de Janeiro, a Marinha fala assim, tá sapo? Tá, pô. Sapo. Rio de Janeiro, valeu.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. En instantes iniciaremos el seminario del 30 años de trabajo.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will start in just a minute with our meeting prepared for this afternoon. We will please ask you to take your seats and to consider placing your cell phone in mute. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Señor
Good
General de
afternoon, everyone. General Brigadier Fuentes Vélez, General Director of the Inter-American Defense Board, Ambassador Pablo Chivalé Mesquita, Ambassador of Brazil in Colombia, Dr. Mariani Monroy, Coordinator of the Action Integral Group Anti-Mine of the National Authority
This meeting is
in
being
Colombia,
recorded.
Brigadier Gabriel Zamudio Lopez, attached from Mexico and Colombia, Fanny Ho, manager of the OAS program, Table of Honor of the Seminary of 30 years supporting the Inter-American Defense Board, to anti-mining. Ladies, gentlemen, with us here in Bogota, virtual audience, through our Zoom platform, and through our YouTube channel in North America, South America, Europe, and Central America. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Coronel Talavera from the Armed Forces in Brazil. I'm an assessor for the Inter-American Defense Board on Humanitarian Anti-Mining, and I will be moderating this historic and prestigious seminar. to start with the Humanitarian Anti-Mining Seminar of 2023 of the Inter-American Defense Board, we would like to invite Porfirio Fuentes Vélez, General Director of IDB, for the opening remarks of the event.
Señores agregados militares, aéreos y navales, señoras y señores.
Military attaché from the Air Force, the Navy, and the Armed Forces, to our virtual audience. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. I first want to say that Inter-American Defense Board in May will be working for 30 years in humanitarian anti-mining, coordinating efforts and supporting, of course, the work of OAS. So in this seminar is for the board something historic, as Colonel Talavera mentioned, because we have never had a seminar outside the board. And now here in Colombia, I believe that this gives relevance to the event because we're working here with 2 international monitors, with a technical group as well, who have been doing an exceptional work, and everything that they have done with the armed forces in Colombia and national authority as well. I believe that has been fundamental because through this, we have been able to, through the holistic action provided by OAS on humanitarian anti-mining, the Colombian society now can say that they are taking strong steps towards Colombia being considered a country that is far from this issue, but also that the areas that were affected by these mines now are incorporated step by step to the productive life of this country. It is very important for the hemisphere. This is why the seminar today, through our speakers, that I thank, of course, for being with us and for accepting, participating on the seminar. When we hear their experiences, the knowledge, the lessons they've learned, and what they've seen, and what's coming on this important topic, we will enrich our vision and what's the work that we need to continue coordinating as the military with the civil society to be able to achieve our mission. Colombia will become free of mining outside this danger because this still affects the productive life of our citizens. So I think that we are going to have very soon a country that's free from this danger and incorporated to the productive life. So again, thank you to our speakers for accepting the invitation. We will be taking paying close attention to the presentations. Thank you for being here in the room. Thank you for joining our Zoom platform. And we can start with our seminar. Thank you, General Fuentes. Now the seminar has the inscription of many countries, many international agency representatives, public officials, people that works on humanitarian anti-mining, and some other people that are interested on the topic and that are related to the sustainable development. So for them who follows through our YouTube channel or through our Zoom platform, we remind you that we have a simultaneous interpretation, so you can select the language of preference, so you can follow through the presentations, either in Spanish, English, or Portuguese. The participation And the recording of the seminar will be sent to the emails. We also have at the very end a survey to verify the satisfaction, to contribute to continuous improvement. And a friendly reminder that we can use the chat in our Zoom platform. So if you want to use this tool, please specify your country, your name, and your institution. The seminar will have presentations of 6 different experts who very kindly had accepted to participate in different topics regarding humanitarian and demining. We remind the public that this is a seminar technical, academic. All the ideas and the positions of our speakers should be understood within the international ethic and does not represent the position of the Inter-American Defense Board. So as we can verify in our agenda, we're going to have this afternoon, Tony Hall, Mr. Juan Carlos Juan, Captain Lionel, Colonel Carlos Rafael, Mr. Camilo Serna, and Dr. Mariane Monroy. The biographies have been disseminated on our website for the event, and they are, of course, available in the material that we have handed to the participants this afternoon. They have more or less 20 minutes for their presentations, and at the end, we will have time to answer some questions from the audience. For a better development, we'll have a break of 15 minutes after every 2 presentations. So after these considerations, we invite the members of the honor table, if we can please take our seats so we can start with our presentations. Thank you.
A todos los presentes acá en Hotel Tequendama en Bogotá, informamos que
So
hay
the assistants here on Hotel Tequendama, we inform you that we have a QR code and tables. If you want to enroll, you can go ahead and download the QR, and the inscription is still available. Now we have presentation by Tammy Hall. She has been working strongly with the IADB in the joint efforts of anti-mining here in Bogota and also in Washington, D.C. She's general coordinator of OAS and anti-mining project. We will go ahead and start the presentation. For more information about the support of OAS towards anti-mining, the floor is yours, Ms. Amihol. Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Estoy muy contenta de estar aquí para
I'm very happy to be here to celebrate this important occasion in 3 decades of IADB working on anti-mining.
La historia de la OEA en el
The
es
story of
a la historia de la
anti-mining
espero que
is related both in OAS and IADB. I hope that you understand my Spanish. I'm Canadian, but I speak English and Spanish, and Spanish is not my mother tongue, so I hope that you can understand my presentation. If we can go back to the beginning of the presentation. So if we see 30 years back, we can see important coalitions formed by a movement that determined and established this OAS program, ICMA. I remember my predecessor called Case. I don't know if you met him. He has been working on the sector for this 30 years. He said that one day he met Colonel Big Modano. Maybe you also know him. Who said, okay, Carl, we need to free Central America from mining and you're going to help me. And this is how the initiative started with IADB, but with the support of OAS. The support of OAS started with a political promotion with the General Assembly of OAS, who considered this initiative as a humanitarian norm that was important for the whole hemisphere. There was also a coalition that I'm talking about, not only between the states that were affected, but also countries that were donors. Importantly also to mention non-governmental institutions, several institutions that were behind this movement and this humanitarian achievement to avoid more injuries because anti-personal mining. So the idea of liberating the Americas of these devices started in 1981. There was a mandate, concretely, a mandate of the program. And each year we have different resolutions, right, of the states of the Americas, reconfirming the support to the principle of freeing America from the anti-personal mines. So the mission of OAS, it's honestly to support the member states throughout the process of liberating the territory, if it's logistic, technical, but also with financial support. So if we look back, we have achieved many things. We have 10 members that have been benefited by the OAS support on the hemisphere. We have 5 countries that are now free of mines. We have Central America that it's now free, and 30 years ago, this was something that we dreamed of. We have more than 200,000 anti-mining removed from the region. They represent potential victims. Each of them represents potential victims. So if we see the scheme of the countries that benefit from the support, we can see in green the ones that are free of any type of mine, and they have destroyed all of the storage. We have some of the countries that had the commitment we have some countries that still have remindings of this, and we have countries that are still affected. Now, these are the countries that we currently support with the support of the program. We're here to support people. What we need to do is to think on victim prevention. We have almost 2 million survivors that have received support from the program, and more than 1 million that have now awareness of the risk of these accidents. But these 30 years have not been peacefully for the dynamic. We have also have 3 decades of evolution. If we see the pictures, we started with an awareness that was more military awareness at the very beginning, because obviously the support, the technical knowledge had its origin on the military environment. But obviously we have different objectives. Humanitarian environment has the objective to reach a point where some areas are free from military offensives, based more on protecting people, on using the land, support communities that have been affected. We have seen different processes that are integrated on the military initiation, concentrating the humanitarian objective. And we also integrated some more civilians, different organizations of the civil society that are now normal to have in our projects. Also, the military support, it's extremely important still. And we still have, of course, the support of many technicians that are working on civilian organizations coming from military experience. And just to have an idea and to illustrate the differences, we have developed a concept that is based on land, on liberating the land. So in this context, we are not looking for anti-mining, we are not moving troops. What we need to do first is to know that we use all of the information that we have available to be able to locate pollution. And we know that the resources are precious. We are aware in the humanitarian environment that the money that it's currently being used for this anti-mining, it's the same source of the money that we use for education, for health. So we need to approach the challenge very seriously, because the resource it needs to be used efficiently. So this is why we developed the liberation process for the land. That is based on using the methods that are less expensive at the very beginning, so we can have a first level of investigation. So in this regard, we have located witnesses or people that we trust, authorities that are relevant, people that have experienced everything that happened inside, communities that have been affected, unfortunately, victims many times. After a first operation that is analyzing and investigating all of the documents, we can now see things such as informatics, drones that are flying areas to have this first level of investigation. But when we discovered the possibility of knowing more of the area, we now need to move to a process where we use these anti-mining techniques that we require. We need to go to the area to investigate a bit more. So the process is really increasing information about the area, but at the same time, each of the stages is more expensive. We require more equipment, more security. We go now to the third stage, that is the non-technical study or research. We use the same methodologies, but some other technologies that we use are important to eliminate some of the areas that we're not suspicious about anymore. Finally, when we don't know that we have trust enough, we go to the final phase. This is the last of the resources that we approach to process meter by meter to set that we have a clearance, that we have 100% clearance. So it's a whole system. And when the system works, we are working correctly. We are not using much resources, but we're not. We are clearing a lot of land that was perhaps not necessary. But this is the process of the operational analysis that it's currently being done by the High Commissioner Office to make sure that the process is as efficient as possible. Also, we have an evolution on the humanitarian side, not only for anti-mining and square meter, but also to see what's impact of the work that we do. This is very important for us. As any other work of a development, humanitarian development, we needed to know that we are having certain impact. So we have a school and we have 50 people that we have educated, and none of them remember any of the information, we have zero impact. The same if we have 50 people that have been educated, and the impact is our main approach. Colombia was one of the countries where the Center of Geneva carried out a research image of communication after seeing the anti-mining actions of the objectives of sustainable development. We see the clearing the land is the biggest circle, is coordinated with some other objectives, and some of the objectives are part of this circle. So we see more and more how to measure the impact. And we are being able to have certain indicators, but this is ongoing work. We are today in Colombia. This is the most important program, one of the biggest programs that we have on OAS. Colombia, it's also a country where we have a lot of development on the sector. The same happened in the international situation. We are in 14 departments, 64 municipalities, and 193 operations, supporting the government mainly on anti-mining, but also in external monitoring. We obviously have an agreement with the government for this support to comply with this aspect of coordination. And we are working and making sure of the quality control, quality of the operations, and the inspection of the cleared terrains. And you can see where we develop this monitoring that I'm talking about. Accreditation. This is the first part of a whole system of quality management. And maybe we started with what's most important is to assure that all of the technicians that are in site are high quality, high level. In Colombia, the emphasis on a process, on a system of quality management is very robust. And each of the technicians have been accredited to do what they do. And they have been accredited for many years already, for many works as well, with the objective of having high quality. We have some results of 2022, but obviously Colombia, unfortunately, has many anti-mining operations. 7 operators right now is what we have. And we are clearing more than 2.5 million of square meters for 2022. So for us, there are still many areas to monitor. This is something that was done by the armed forces, but also several organizations that are working here. And from that, we are inspecting almost 400,000 square meters to make sure that we can trust the areas that we have cleared. And the manual technique is the one that we are using. And this is something that we do at an international level. We see the same trend. We see that most of the anti-mining done globally is done manually. The seminar is more focused on anti-mining, but something that is essential. And maybe here in Colombia, any other places, is the education on the community and anti-mining. We need to educate our community so they know what the technical teams are doing, what will be the result, what's the outcome, to make sure that the community is understanding and supporting the effort. There's also some security concerns that we must follow. Some countries say, well, SRM is not that important. We can give some money, but this is not extremely important. It's essential to the humanitarian anti-mining effort that we're doing here. We also, the organization is assisting some of the victims. We have support for their survivals that are trying to close the gaps. We have, and the state has many programs that are available for the survivals, but sometimes there are some elements such as transportation, socioeconomical training. So we try to support them as much as we can, along with the national program. And I would like to wrap up just thanking the Inter-American Defense Board for its collaboration during the last 3 decades. We will not be able to stand here without the support that you have provided. And we will continue with this collaboration, I hope, in this regard. But also, I would like to thank our donors. Without them, it will not be possible to be here under any circumstances. So our most important donor, the USA, but also all support. It's extremely important for us. We have Korea, Switzerland, Italy. These are some of the donors that are cooperating internationally right now. Thank you for your attention, for your interest to this important topic this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now, Tammy Hall, for your excellent presentation. I believe that it is very relevant to start with this. And the consideration that the humanitarian demining started with a political request confirming the IADB as a tool, a very important tool in the military-civilian relationships. And today, humanitarian demining is something that we have been working in together for so many years. And now we start with the questions for Tammy Hall. And we invite those that want to ask questions. You can use the chat, and we have some people that are here personally. You can raise your hands, and if you want to ask the questions virtually as well. We have the first question for Ms. Tammy Hall. The OAS has assigned temporary goal to leave this region as free of these mines. Is it possible to give it a specific year or a framework to end with this? It is a good question, and many times people ask, when are we going to finish the demining? And the national representatives also ask that question. They also have to give reports internationally to the mechanism of the Ottawa as saying when they're going to finish. And I think that the truth is that the technical challenges are the least important here. The challenges can also be political resources or safety. So I believe that the countries, Peru, Ecuador, they have little square meters in global terms to finish with their commitment to the Ottawa Convention. And I think that maybe from today to a couple of years, or in a couple of years, we will see that the country is completely free of mines. We're talking about maybe 5 years, probably. Here in Colombia, Dr. Mariane is going to talk later on about this, and maybe she can give us maybe a better date or exact date. But I would say that the challenge here is more to access the territories, because there is a lot of staff and organizations that have a great capacity here. And we also have donors that have the will to support. But the great challenge is to access these areas and to have the safety to operate in them. So this will depend partially on the peace organizations. And so in this sense, I'm going to limit myself to the mine. I'm not going to give any forecast on when it's going to end, because for me, that is the greatest challenge that we have. The circumstances, to be able to intervene with the trained technicians. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Good afternoon. I'm Colonel Martinez, attaché from Spain. And in your last frame, you showed us the donor countries of all this effort. You said that the donor country was the most powerful one in the is the United States, but you also referred that South Korea, Switzerland, and Italy. Are these donations enough to support the demining program? Are there other countries that want to do this struggle as well and be part of it? And I'm asking you this because you said that since 1991, you have been doing this effort, and we have had donor countries. Have you had changes in the donor countries from 1991 to the ones today? That is my question. Thank you very much. The donors that were in my presentation are the ones for this year. We have had, historically, we've had the support of several countries, Spain included. And Spain continues being, for instance, one of the countries that supports the effort very much regarding demining in the world. But we have many. The truth is that through the Ottawa Convention, it has been a very good coordination to provide support to the global efforts. It continues being a struggle for the organizations. Obviously, each organization, especially the NGOs and civilians, NGOs have to mobilize the resources, so it is not that easy. But I think that with a good coordination at the national level, maybe we will be able to work more at the national level in this situation of resources. But in general, I believe that the support, the global support for this issue for the sector has been very good. Globally, the support has been falling in the last 5 years. Unfortunately, many times, there are other emergencies, and these large emergencies receive more support. So we have to fight because we have to avoid all the funds being absorbed just by Ukraine, for example. I don't mean to say that these are not countries that need support. Obviously, they do. But we need to also not forget that we have to support the countries that have little to finish and other countries that are working well. And so my answer is yes and no. I would say that there's a lot of support, but there are still countries and programs that need the resources, and that is a reality. But I believe that here in Colombia, we've had many countries supporting them, more than the one in my presentation. And probably Mariana and Juan Carlos are going to talk a little bit more about this. Thank you very much one more time. The time for questions has finished. So we say goodbye. And right now we invite General Fuentes, the Director General of the IADB, to give a diploma of recognition to Ms. Hall for her presentation. At this moment, we're going to establish connection with Geneva, Switzerland, with Mr. Juan Carlos Ruan. Good afternoon, Mr. Juan Carlos Ruan. Good afternoon from Bogota, Colombia. Can you hear me? Can you hear me well? Yes, I hear you very well. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, we hear you well. Perfect. Perfect and clear and loud. Mr. Juan Carlos Ruan is in Geneva, Switzerland, and he is going to give us a presentation on the 25 years of the Ottawa Protocol, the results and perspectives. Mr. Juan Carlos Ruan, thank you very much for your collaboration with our seminar. Please, the audience is yours now. Thank you very much, Colonel, and thank you for the presentation. As the Colonel says, I'm in Geneva. It's 10 o'clock at night, and I'm at home. If you listen to some noises, please excuse me. Well, thank you very much. Your Excellencies and dear colleagues, a very special greeting from Geneva to Valis and Tommy Hall from OAS and Mariana Montroy of the OASSP. First of all, allow me to thank the IADB for the invitation to participate in this event, and to the General Commander of the Military Forces of Colombia for their support. Thank you for the opportunity to share this space with you and to offer some observations on the 25 years of implementation of the convention and the pending challenges in its implementation. Allow me also, obviously, to congratulate the IADB for their 30th anniversary. It is a pleasure, professional, personal pleasure to be here with all of you. Professionally, because the members of the Secretariat love the implementation of the convention, and we have the mandate to share information on issues related to the implementation of the convention. And I personally, because my professional career is to work in support of the implementation of the convention that started with an internship about 2 decades ago, working in the Casa del Soldado of the Inter-American Defense College in Washington, D.C., under the chairman and director, Major General Carl Freeman, from whom I learned a lot. So it is a true pleasure. Today, I want to tell you that I continue being as optimistic on the implementation of the convention as I was about 20 years ago. And my optimism comes from working with the states that are party of this throughout the years, and to see the concrete progress in the compliance of the objectives of the Convention of Ottawa, especially the implementation for the removal of mines. This is a goal that is achievable and finite for many of the party states, as well as the assistance to victims and destruction of stored mines. Many of you know the story of the convention and know that this is a very special instrument or tool. The story of the convention is linked directly to the suffering of the civilian population in all parts of the world. For instance, the suffering caused at the end of the 80s by the mines, by the anti-personnel mines in places like the border of Cambodia and Thailand or Nicaragua and other countries in the American continent. This allowed to be like a catalyzer for the birth of this convention. I believe that many of you know very well the impact that the anti-personnel mines have, not only on the people that suffer the accident, but also on the families of these individuals and the communities affected by the mines. So this suffering was what made people realize, and civil society and some governments thought about finding a solution or mechanisms for the prohibition before the United Nations of these mines. But the negotiation failed due to the lack of consensus. But this very historical and innovating coalition continued and started what is known today as the Ottawa process. It is the Ottawa process started in a meeting that was summoned by Canada and that was celebrated in Ottawa in 1996. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of that time, Lloyd Axworthy, invited the states that were present to come back 1 year later, ready to sign a convention that would forbid anti-personal mines. Now, this invitation is considered like a bet that gave its fruit thanks to the campaign and the incredible work for prohibition of these landmines and the intervention of the Red Cross that worked in association with a group of states that were very committed to achieve this objective. This process concluded successfully, and its history when it was approved, when the convention was approved September 18, 1997 in Oslo, Norway. 2 months later, more than 100 countries came back to Ottawa to sign the convention on December 3rd and 4th, 1997. And just 14 months later, the 1st of March 1999, the treaty entered into force. Now, 25 years later, it is a good time to reflect on the successes and the challenges that still remain ahead of us. The convention, for those that don't know it, is the cornerstone of the international effort that seeks to end the suffering caused by the anti-personal mines. This convention provided a holistic framework through 4 basic objectives: the universalization of the convention, the destruction of the anti-personal mines that existed, the assistance to the victims, and the removal of the anti-personal mines. I believe that we could stop here and just talk about the successes of the convention throughout these 25 years. And in fact, the success of all the community that is acting against mines. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight some of these successes. First of all, today, 164 states have committed themselves to comply with the obligations of the convention. This represents more than 80% of the countries of the world. This universalization has created a strong world standard against the use of anti-personal mines violated by 2 or 3 states that are not part of this convention. In fact, the majority of the states that are not part adhere to the commitments of the convention and do not use, transfer, or produce the mines. And they carry out demining efforts, education on the risks of these artifacts, and they destroy the stored mines, and they carry out efforts to assist the victims. And also the majority of these states have publicly recognized the devastating effect of the anti-personal mines. This has contributed to reach one of the most important objectives, which is the significant reduction in the number of victims every year caused by anti-personal mines. From 20,000 registered every year in the 90s to more than 5,000 victims recorded in 2022. I repeat, from 20,000 recorded annually in the 90s to a little bit more than 5,000 recorded in 2022. According to the Landmine Monitor. It is important to highlight that this current number could be a little bit higher because all the victims are not recorded. Although 5,000 victims are too many, we have to keep in mind that many of the party states now record 0 victims in their annual reports to the convention. This is a great achievement for the world movement against these weapons, and a very important objective for all the states that are party to the convention that are affected by the mines. And now we have more knowledge than ever on how to comply with our obligations under this convention. As I mentioned, Tammy, we have a professional sector with international standards for the action against mines, or the IMAS, as it is according to its acronym, that are followed by the majority of the countries that support their compliance of obligations based on the convention. The IMAS, these international standards and the national standards or laws as well have produced an growing improvement and implementation on the best way to protect the population, the civilian population. And it informs on how to give better and safer conditions for the individuals and the population, and the protection against these mines, and how this protection can contribute to the effort to assist the victims, among many other benefits. I remember that one of my first jobs within the IADB was to examine how the operational procedures that were used for the demining procedure in Central America adhere to these international standards that at that time were becoming a little bit more attractive. These standards celebrated their 20th anniversary just recently. It is fair to say that we have learned many lessons on the best way to implement the convention. And today we know more than ever what we need to be able to comply with the commitments to the assistance to victims in the convention, including the need to integrate the assistance to victims in policies, plans, and legal national frameworks that are much broader, related to the rights of the people with handicaps and health, education, employment, development, and the reduction of poverty, and support of the realization of the sustainable goals. We have also learned about the importance to link our assistance to victims to other activities that are related with other conventions, like the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, that the great majority of the countries that are part of the Ottawa Convention also belong. Several parties have reported and have made important progress in this aspect. Another important achievement of the convention has been the destruction of more than 53 million mines stored by the states party to the convention. These are mines that will never be installed. And as Tammy mentioned, each mine can represent one victim. It is an important success of the convention, not only because it will avoid future suffering, but also because it has the potential to create trust among the states. Today, 30 states party to the convention have declared the compliance with their commitments to remove the mines by virtue of the convention. And this includes all Central America that was declared the region clean of mines. And this great achievement was possible after the international community supported the efforts of the national armed forces of the affected countries in the implementation of their commitments by virtue of the convention, as Tammy mentioned as well, through the OAS with the support of the IADB observers through Marvin at that time. The achievement of one region free of mines offers a greater thrust in the application of the convention worldwide. And we have to applaud the efforts of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. At the regional level, we must also include the successes of Chile, Suriname, and Venezuela. At the world level, we have progress, a clear progress in several countries towards the final goal of complying with Article 5 of the Convention to erase all mines. And there a lot of land has been offered for the community, and it has opened opportunities for the development of the communities affected by the mines, and has allowed the return of the displaced population, and has also provided other benefits. And it is important to highlight that these efforts have eliminated the rest of the war that that keep some populations and communities enclosed, in the past. So the application of the convention cannot be considered just from this perspective of disarmament, but also from the point of view of development, human rights, health, humanitarian assistance, the environment, and the good public management. I could continue talking about the successes of the convention. Nevertheless, we cannot hide the fact that the implementation of the convention also faces very difficult and severe challenges. Although the number of victims has diminished in several places at the world level, we are seeing that the figures are increasing due to new conflicts or prolonged conflicts. The anti-personnel mines, as improvised, as unfortunately Colombia knows so well, are one of the preferred non-state or illegal group weapons. While the use of anti-personnel mines, it's not new to use these improvised mines, but it's a use in states that were never affected by the industrial anti-personnel mines. And they have discovered some areas that were mined that they didn't know, or that suffer a new contamination of these improvised mines, like in the case of Mauritania and Nigeria, for instance. Although it's not that much, but the use of anti-personnel mines in the conflict throughout the world continues, including in our party states like Colombia, Ukraine, under the Russian Federation, and in the states of the African and the Sahel. And we have also recorded this in states that are not part of, like Neumark. These weapons continue causing civilian victims. Although 164 countries have signed the convention, there are still 33 that have not joined the treaty, including some of the main military potencies or powers. The lack of a universal acceptance undermines what is created by the convention. And some of these countries that are at the barrier could have, millions of mines stored in their mine storages. And we have to see that the standard against the use of anti-personnel mines continue being strict. And this will require the universalization of the convention and a concerted effort among civil society and the country's party to condemn these violations. Although all the countries affected by the mines and the donor countries have contributed with millions of dollars for the convention, the majority of the member states have said that the lack of financial resources is the main reason for the delay in its implementation. This has to do, as was mentioned before, with the fact that the majority of the internationally funding is targeted to a small group of countries that are affected. In summary, while some states receive important funding, others receive very little. There is also the need to increase the national funds and international funds to support the member countries affected by the mines while they implement their obligations under the convention. Several states have expressed that they are in conditions to end their humanitarian demining and carry out more assistance to victims if they receive funds and the necessary technical support. Dear colleagues, I don't want to conclude leaving you just with the challenges. I want to leave you with the optimism that I mentioned before, because there is a community in the implementation of the convention, a community that is dedicated to have this convention succeed. None of the challenges cannot be overcome. Our work is very creative. I remember that about 18 years ago, the IADB and the OAS were looking for a resolution to avoid the contamination in Suriname. I had the pleasure of participating in the cleaning of the last mined area in Suriname. The Army of Honduras was hired to train the Suriname army, and the United States supported the logistics of the mission, and Canada supported the cleaning. And a young member, a captain of the Navy of Brazil, Mr. Cuadros Veloso, he followed these efforts. And we also had the very close coordination with the Federation of the Red Cross in Suriname and the Hospital of Paramaribo. So this is the type of coordination that has made this convention what it is today. And although we still have some serious challenges, none of them is unsurmountable. So it is important to continue assisting the states of the region that are carrying out demining efforts. And here I'm referring to the efforts carried out by Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru, to finalize and to have a region free of mines. It is also important to maintain the spirit of the convention and the important collaboration among the member countries and civil society. Next year, the convention is going to carry out its fifth conference of review conference, and the member countries are going to review their work. I invite you to involve yourselves in the development of the action plan that will guide the implementation work of the convention by the member states from 2025 to 2029. It is important to remember that to have a convention that forbids anti-personal mines is not enough. We have to continue with our efforts to call the attention on this scourge and continue maintaining this convention in the international agenda. So in this sense, I thank the IDB very much for carrying out this event, and happy anniversary, and thank you for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Señor Juan Carlos Rúa, ¿puede oírme? ¿O me escuchas bien? Perfecto.
Perfectamente.
Muchas gracias por su excelente ponencia. Un gusto conocer su relación lejana.
Thank you for your presentation. It has been very interesting to know all of your work and your relationship with IADB. We can go now to questions to Mr. Juan Carlos Ruan. And one of the first questions that I have that in your presentation, you mentioned mines in the world with Ukraine. Can you talk about this a bit more? Thank you for the question. Yes, war in Ukraine reminds us the importance of the international norm for anti-mining, anti-personal mining. We have received different information from the civil society, from the Russian Federation and the Ukraine territory. Russia is not a member right now of the convention. This also proves the importance of the globalization of the agreement of the convention, because we still have information about accidents, victims in Ukraine. So it's a very serious problem. And I think that the work that we need to do, it's quite complicated in Ukraine to be able to clear all the affected areas. There are many organizations nowadays working with the government of Ukraine to be able to not only get rid of the mining, but to educate about the risk in cases of emergency to make sure the population is aware of the danger. Thank you, Juan Carlos, for your answer. I don't know if we have additional questions. Yes, please. We do have a participation from the audience. My name is Ricardo Centeno from the Navy in Peru. My question is, well, it's actually more a comment about the relationship that we have with the civilians in this type of operations.
Por favor, otra vez.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Thank you. If you can give your opinion about the civilian and military relationships that we have on these efforts. Because I know that we have had certain differences on the tasks of anti-mining. So your opinion on this regard. Thank you for your question, for your comment. It is very important because many countries have been working differently. Algeria just entered work in anti-mining only with the armed forces. We saw the work of the government of Chile also done with the forces. But many countries, I think that most of the countries, I'll say, have this hybrid system where the armed forces collaborate with the civil organization, both working together. And I think that this is a formula that has been very effective in many countries. We see that donors have been willing to collaborate with the organizations. And this is a way of generating trust and to making sure also that the collaboration can continue and to straighten that the collaboration is important between the military and the civil organizations, because civil organizations have been working by many years in many countries. They have a lot of experience and they work with the international law, and we have seen different things in different countries, but the work has been very successful when we have had the collaboration of civil organizations, and I believe this is a very interesting model and a model that we see in many countries for anti-mining in Africa. We have seen it in Asia and obviously in Colombia. Perfect, Carlos Ruan. I have another question. We are in time. Is there a perspective of using technology or artificial intelligence for the anti-mining task? Is there any kind of information that's disregard in the international environment? Well, this is a very technical word. I don't know if we have technicians that can answer better than me, but we have seen many efforts and progress with important results such as changing detectors. I remember that maybe someone in operations, I believe that was in Ecuador, that the detectors were detecting many mineral stones. So changing from a detector to another detector was a huge step forward. And we are now using some drones. This is also important to mention. And we're using the drones to see the areas faster and see them from a distance for the non-technical studies where we have population that is using land. We can cancel some of the areas actually. So yeah, we have many platforms in Geneva that are being used, and we have different conferences on different technologies. So I will say yes, there are many organizations working on this regard in developing these technologies. Thank you. Thank you again for your answer. Thank you for your presentation. We thank Mr. Juan Carlos for your presentation. On behalf of the Inter-American Board, thank you for your presentation, collaboration to our seminar, and you can please stay with us in Geneva. So as we said at the beginning of the seminar, we have now a break. Now is 3:22 here in Bogota. We will break for 15 minutes. We will come back at 3:37.
Por favor, hay café, agua en espacio que tenemos acá en nuestro
We have coffee, we have water here on the room.
Ótimo.
Ecuador, miedo, jamás será vencido. España toma los puntos de libre de minas, Ecuador libre de minas.
fica aí o chão. Buenas tardes a todos. Invitamos a
Good
todos.
afternoon, everyone. So we invite you to please take your seats back so we can start again our seminar.
Señoras y señores, damas y caballeros.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be welcome to our seminar and good afternoon. So to continue with our seminar on 30 years of support of IADB to humanitarian anti-mining, we present the third speaker, that is Captain Leonel Mariano da Silva from the Armed Forces in Brazil. He will talk about this 30 years of support from the Inter-American Defense Board on the humanitarian anti-mining. He is in Colombia. The floor is yours, Captain. Welcome.
Muy buenas tardes a todos presentes aquí en el auditorio del Hotel Tequendama o
Good afternoon, everyone, to the audience here in Hotel Tequendama and the presence of our audience virtually through our Zoom platform. Well, my presentation is to talk about the 30 years of support of IADB on this humanitarian task in Latin America. I am going to talk about the Inter-American Defense Board. I'm going to talk about the missions that we have carried out in Central America and South America, and also about the support that we have had towards Colombia in conclusions. First of all, I believe that our audience is very familiar with this introduction. There are some people that may not be familiar with the terms. This happens on the recipient countries, on the donor countries that provide the logistics or the financial support and contribution from some other countries that are providing specialized support. The Inter-American Defense Board is on this third group, contributing and providing military specialized support on the quality management of the procedures and reviewing the procedures, but also along with the military forces for the technical assistance. General Fuentes talked on behalf of IADB. I would like to clarify to all of our audience what the board is. The board was created in January 1942 during the Second World War to defend the Americas, the hemisphere. In March 2006, due to the new situation on the world, the end of war, and changing from bipolar to multipolar, we changed officially become an entity of OAS, becoming a supporting entity for the technical consultation of OAS. And we look to support the 4 pillars that are democracy, human rights, security, and development. Obviously with specialty in safety and security. We have our leaders with 3 general officials, General Fuentes, that is with us, is the general director of IADB. We also have our chair and the Inter-American Defense College. The support that we have been providing is in 1993 when we started, actually. We started in Nicaragua, supporting Central America, but we supported also Honduras, Guatemala, and Costa Rica, and with the technical advice Suriname, as Mr. Juan explained already. In 2002, we started Marminas in Ecuador and also in Peru. In 2006, we started supporting Colombia with the creation of the Inter-American Monitors. In 2010, Marmica was closed because Central America was declared free of mines, fortunately. In 2013, we closed Marminas, not because of the declaration of a free territory on mines, but because of the lack of resources. And I will provide more detail in this regard. 2015, the project in Colombia was greater. In 2020, we started acting to declare some of the territories free of mine. 454 militaries supported the missions of IADB, and some of the countries that contributed were Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Peru, Trinidad and Tobago, Venezuela, and Uruguay. Brazil has a role, not because I'm Brazilian, but we have a special role, providing 61 of the whole staff on the missions of IADBs. I will go deeper in each of the bullets. Mainly, the creation of IADB was to support, as I say, Marmica. Started in 1993 after the armed conflict on Central America during the 80s, the 90s, signing the peace accords. And then we have the anti-mining, personal minings. So we decided to carry out this program, this support. And there's a brief story to justify this last 30 years. As Tammy mentioned, we studied ICMA, and Nicaragua requested the support from OAS after signing the peace accords. After a resolution of the General Assembly, they designated an expert commission to evaluate the situation in Nicaragua. We visited Nicaragua. One of the conclusions was that we could support on supervising the operations with an international team. And the commission, on this first evaluation in Nicaragua, talked about the factors that were delaying the anti-mining: the mountains, the lack of resources, lack of registration because they were irregular combatants, dispersion because of natural disasters. And this is the same situation up to this date in Central America, same factors that we used to have 30 years ago in Central America. So 1992, the government of Nicaragua requested the support of the board for the technical advice that started in 1993 with the creation of Marmina. After creating Marmica, we had support from the US through the Southcom for training of the staff. During the same time, 1993, 1985, Brazil sent 200 Marines to Angola to support troops of the army that were doing engineering. So anti-mining was also pending from Brazil. This is why we had support from Brazil from the very beginning of the project. So Marminca has been in these countries 1993 to 2010 with a technical advice, Suriname. Mr. Juan explained this already. The regions that were suffering from this threat were borders around energy plants, local highways, plantations, bridges, because the conflict was irregular. More than 200,000 mines and ammunitions were retrieved in Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Suriname. Central America was declared free of mines. The officials, international officials such as myself, I visited or I stayed at the board of Guatemala and Honduras. We worked with soldiers from El Salvador the whole day for more than 2 years, supervising the borders and the bridges. And this was changing. Now we just monitor and we have international supervisors. We have forest training. So one of the main learnings was raising awareness of local actors to comply with the international standards on anti-mining. We created the procedures for the anti-mining that was approved for IADB. And we needed to create the appropriate network to evacuate the victims. We have pictured here. This official was my subcommander in my platoon, Captain Ruiz Javier da Silva, who passed, unfortunately, visited by Lady D after an accident in Honduras with the border in Nicaragua. After 15 years, 15 years after the accident, he passed because of the direct affectation on the organism. Then we had the assistance on South America, Peru and Ecuador, 2002, up to 2013. After CENEPA in 1995, between Peru and Ecuador, the border between these countries was mined 67 kilometers of the border. This is a very complex border as well, very extreme area with high altitude, difficult soils, a lot of stones, and the weather is extreme. We have many visits, images of Marminas. It was difficult to work with the regular detectors. This was explained by Mr. Juan. And the staff was using new equipment, new personal equipment, new detectors. Objectives. This is the border of Peru with 2 helicopters. The percentage of the budget was for air support. 45% was designated to air support. So this was one of the reasons why Marminas was closed, lack of resources, because it was very expensive to reach the locations where we needed to proceed with the anti-mining project. So the minerals, the stones, we didn't combine, but we found the need to change detectors of second generation, ACMIR and Ashiro. We used to have detectors of first generation detecting metal, but for the terrain and the minerals, we needed to change detector, to change the amount of metal that we have in soil. So changing the detectors was fundamental, but this detector had a problem. It was not able to be operated due to bushes and forests. With the first generation, you could change position. With the second one, you needed to be on soil. You needed to be directly facing towards the soil. And it loses 80% of the time in the anti-mining project because of the bushes and the forest. Then we started using chemicals to get rid of the weeds, and deforestation was allowed in some of the countries after a research and after a study. This was necessary for the anti-mining project. After Marmina Center, still in Ecuador, we had up to 476,000 square kilometers to clear. But the countries have continued with their own efforts without Marminas. This is a current example of Ecuador. This is public data. Was shared in a seminar of IADB in 2021. 40,000 square kilometers. So This is Ecuador, from 50,000 to 20,000 with their own effort. Now we have reached the support that we have here in Colombia. We have 3 missions. We have Hemi and Gatti, and we have a bilateral agreement with the Ministry of Defense of Brazil and the military forces of Colombia. So this is the group of monitors that we have with OAS and ICMA. The group of monitors started in 2006 with training because people from Colombia was doing amazing work on anti-mining, but needed to comply with international standards for humanitarian anti-mining. And this is how we support it. Then we work with monitoring. And after the peace accords in 2016, Colombia grows a lot. And ICMA has growth up to a point where they have a greater quality and accreditation. These are some of the examples with the military, with the civil society, civil organizations. This is a technical group that evaluates the general command. They provide training certifications to the Colombian military, but also militaries from Brazil that come as an instructors. And the mission of instructors and advisors is here since 2015, and they consider the internal quality of the instruction and the management of the brigade on humanitarian anti-mining and the battalion of first aids of the armed forces, a part of the Center for Anti-Mining and the Peace Convention Center. So as main lessons that we have learned here in Colombia, we know how to detect, neutralize, and destroy explosives. These are a great threat here in the country. We bring the training, we share, but we also disseminate information once we go back to our countries. Again, detection, neutralization, but also the company through the evolution. Then we have the accreditation of the civil organizations. We now know how to conciliate the methods and the military practices with the civil action. So for a brief conclusion, I only see positive things of being here, of our presence for the anti-mining, because we can provide international experience. We have different scenarios to act. We have different visions on anti-mining. We have new experiences of different countries, and we share it with the military of the recipient country. This has contributed for the trust of the donors on the transparency. And this is an affirmation that is also part of the final report of anti-mining in 2010 in Nicaragua, issued by the government of Nicaragua. The international presence of the military has been decisive for the transparency and the trust of the donors. Also has a facilitation of the liaison between the military forces and the recipient country and OAS. Brings experiences from the military to support the civil programs, but also to assess with a military approach. We have seen that this is very beneficial because of many reasons. Because how we clear a terrain, to bring the military approach is very beneficial. And the cost is very low for the third-party countries. So this is how we can work on the 4 pillars of OAS: strengthen democracy, contributing with human rights, guarantee of life of boys and girls, the whole population, bringing more security to public forces, but also to the population, and to contribute with the development, civil construction, opening highways, clearing terrains. So we support the 4 pillars of OAS through humanitarian anti-mining. This is how I close my presentation. I hope that I contribute, and I am more than happy to clarify any question. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, capitán de navío Leonel, por su presentación. Siempre es bueno mirar el pasado y reconocer lo mucho.
Thank you, Captain Lionel. It's always good to take a look at the past and how much we have advanced. It's also important to see everything that the board has been doing and how we are contributing to the 4 pillars of OAS, as we have seen in each of the presentations. Now, we go to the questions for Captain Lionel.
I'm going to start with the first question. Based on the history of humanitarian demining of the IADB, what is your analysis on the perspectives of future works and the IADB in this activity? Thank you very much for the question. Excellent question. Besides the humanitarian demining issue, I have also given some workshops on natural disasters, and I have a master's in that. And many times they look for the military support because the military support that provides the logistical support at the beginning of a disaster, and also the sense of compliance with the mission and a fast response. So I imagine that demining, when it asked for the military support, it's because the militaries have this first capacity, and then civil society found ways of also developing their response to that need. So I imagine that the support always changes. For instance, today, I think that the training is an aspect that we can always collaborate in, be it today or in the future, because we are always readying ourselves for combat. And sometimes it's a similar training. For instance, here in explosives, in improvised explosives, artifacts, or devices. And at the end of my presentation, I said that there is a prevalence of the civilian sector, and it's always good. And sometimes there is a need to keep a military focus to study the aspects that led us to that situation, and how the conflict of Ukraine has shown that the international society is always and will always need the countries to maintain their level of international cooperation. So in any scenario whatsoever, so to prepare Latin America and to keep Latin America here, we have to continue thinking about the military assistance in humanitarian demining. Do we have another question? Good afternoon, Captain Lionel. I congratulate you for your excellent presentation. I have a doubt with the coordination with the military forces of Colombia. In the time that you have been at the front of the group, what has been your experience in the coordination with the military forces of Colombia to carry out the activities, the training and activities, and the evaluation that you do, that accredit you to carry out these demining activities? Thank you very much, General, for your question. In terms of coordination, I always commend the training of the Colombian for this capacity that they have. And we have always had a very good relationship in terms of this mutual training. We have the advisors that work directly with the general commander, and we have the vision of instructors that work together with the demining organizations. And all these missions have issued reports that say that, yes, they share their experiences, but they also bring great lessons learned from this joint work. And at the highest level, I have to thank, after today's ceremony, I have to thank Colonel Garzona and all the officers of the General Commander of the Armed Forces that have always listened to us and kept us with a high level of cooperation. And together, and when we work together with the OAS in the assessment of the units and everything, the support has always occurred in the best way possible. It is clear that when you work in an when you are evaluating, you're always in front of the problems. But when we see the problems, we see that there's always a solution that is also sought to the problem. Thank you very much for your answer. I have time for one more question. Thank you, Captain. Good afternoon. I'm Mayor Romanoyos. I am the head of the demining area of the military forces of Colombia. First, I want to thank you, Captain, for your remarks. On behalf of General Giraldo, I want to express and recognize the sacrifice and the dedication and the kindness and time, because all that effort that the Inter-American Defense Board has so that Colombia can deliver and free all the departments of our territory and free of explosive devices is a great work. And so I want to recognize all the work that you have done, because that is materialized in the defense of the life and the protection of all our inhabitants. So thank you very much for that effort and for that dedication, General. I thank my friend Romanoyos. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very kind of you. The time has finished for the questions to Captain Leonel, and we invite General Fuentes, General Director of the IADB Secretariat, to give a recognition diploma for the presentation that was given this afternoon.
En este momento,
At this
pasamos
moment, we are going to have the collaboration of Colonel Carlos Rafael Garzona Ocasión. We invite him to position himself to start his presentation. Colonel Tarazona is the commander of the Engineer Brigade on Humanitarian Demining of the National Army of Colombia. At this moment, he is going to give his presentation on the work that they have done in Colombia. Very special thanks to all the staff that is here, both virtually and face-to-face. It is a great opportunity for us to give you and let you know many of the aspects that we do as military forces in the development of humanitarian demining. The agenda issues in this presentation, and we are going to give an introduction to this topic. So we can see highlighted here we can see Colombia as the country in America as the most contaminated country and the greatest effect with the greatest affectation due to the anti-personnel mines. And as was mentioned before, this is a very particular situation because we have anti-personnel mines that are handmade. There's a series of variables, and each one of these devices, explosive devices, is different to the other because there are no two alike. They can vary in some aspects, maybe because of the amount of explosives of shape or composition and the activation, but there's a diversity that makes it more complex to be able to destroy them. And likewise, since they are planted or installed without any type of recording, that complicates its destruction and location to declare these lands free of the contamination of anti-personnel mines. Our national authority compiled all the information that they had available to record on a map the affectation that we have or the problems, the impact that we have. The colors shown here are that the little green is where we don't have any problems. And the other colors are different problems according to the information compiled by the authorities from 1990 to 2015. This diagnosis tells us that 62% of the municipalities have some type of problem, a mine problem, and 31 of the 32 departments that are part of Colombia have events with explosives within their territory. In that same time, you can count more than 11,390 victims, of which 40% correspond to the civilian population and 60% to the members of the public forces. So this is the information that was compiled and the initial map with which we started this task here in Colombia. Look here, the population that was affected or impacted. And this shows that from the year 2000, it is increasing. And in 2006, we had more than 1,224 victims. That means that in average, every 8 hours, we had one person that was injured through or by the use of these mines. And in the lower line, you can see the behavior of in our children. And you can see that in the year 2002 and 2005, the figures were very concerning, too concerning. In total, more than 1,200 children were injured by these anti-personnel mines. And the country was affected, and our commitment is to eradicate these mines and to be able to declare Colombia free of any suspicion of contamination with anti-personnel mines. At the side, we see the presence of the military forces to implement what was agreed in the Ottawa Agreement, to materialize this intention of the state through its own capabilities. And so we started in the year 2003 with our engineer battalions, and we started to materialize the agreements that we had subscribed. And then we had the first group of trained persons. And little by little, through time, we have been able to expand this capacity in order to be able to double the number of trained people and to reduce the number of victims. But we can see that in numbers, it was reduced. And this is a very early and good victory, but we still have a lot to do because the final success is when we reach 0 victims. 0 victims is our main purpose, the purpose of everybody that is working in this process. So in compliance with Article 4, that talks about the destruction of all these mines. The destruction of the mines was organized, and in 2004, the destruction of everything that we had in our storages was destroyed, and we destroyed more than 18,000 mines that were stored in military units. And from 2005 to 2009, we started an effort and we tripled this group of men to take care of the destruction of all the mines that were under the control of the state and that were installed in the military units. That effort was materialized with this broadened capability to destroy what was necessary to install because we had a war going on as well. In 2009, we saw the first humanitarian battalion in the department that had the greatest amount of mines, Antioquia, especially in 2 municipalities, San Carlos and San Francisco, which were the municipalities that reported the largest amount of victims, and that at the same time, a great percentage of its population had abandoned these territories because the safety circumstances for themselves were unsustainable. These municipalities were almost empty. And after, to start or expand this capability, this capacity to take care of the victims in the territory where the mines were affected, we created the unit for demining in 2016, and we created 6 more battalions to be able to reach a greater coverage and to reach the territories and start eliminating this scourge of anti-personnel mines. On this timeline, and under the direction of the national authority, the military forces have been able to deliver 278 municipalities declared free of the suspicion for the contamination of anti-personnel mines. In this effort, we have been able to clear more than 17 million square meters that have been returned to be used and by the population, so that the population can come back to these areas and make them productive once again. More than 22,000 mines were destroyed, counting the ones that we had in our stocks, and ammunitions without exploding more than 1,000, and more than 1,400 explosive devices that have been eliminated in these territories over the 278 municipalities where we have been able to declare them free of anti-personnel mines. So you can see the initial information in the left frame and what the country looks like today at the right. That is the map of Colombia. We have been able, with all the national capacity, we have been able to improve the map that was quite concerning at the beginning. And today, with the effort and the so many people working together, we have been able to improve. And we have been able to increase those municipalities that have been declared free of mines already. And this is where we are. We have advanced enormously, but we still have an important percentage of the way to go, in which the commitment is even greater, because among all of us, we have to declare Colombia free of the suspicion due to the presence of anti-personnel mines. One of the most important skills is to educate the population in the risk for anti-personnel mines, for anti-person mines. We look for the scenario so that this information can be given to all the population. We carry out some games, to reach the children so that they can be safe at all time. We explain them that it is because it is necessary, even if they're so small, to teach them all this to avoid them suffering due to these anti-person mines. And through these play activities and through this strategy with the puppets, we have them understand the importance of being and behaving in a safe way. And behind all this, we have the support to the communities, as we mentioned before. We have this action, this comprehensive action where the communities feel supported and backed up and strengthened by the presence of the national and state capacity in those areas. We help them by embellishing their schools and fixing all the highways and paths, and have labor so that after the demining, or side by side with the demining, we can help them in their needs. In the case of the education in mine risks, we have more than 20,000 people that have, more than all these people that have been trained, and more than 2 million actions in education. Finally, I want to say that in these terrains or lands that are free of mines, we call the people to come back, and people come back and they start looking for ways on how they can make their land productive once again. And as a brigade, we help them to visualize those products, and we take them to multiple scenarios to make them visible so that their product is not staying over there, and they can start trading their products. So we help them trade their products, and we usually tell them, well, these two products are similar, but the difference is that this product was created and produced on lands where before there were anti-personnel mines. And today, even if it's the same product as this other one, with your now it's free of mines. And as Mr. Consumer, which one would you like to support? And this has been very successful to the extent that the initiative and we don't finish here. We try to find more scenarios so that people can succeed. This is the information on how the military forces have supported the humanitarian demining in Colombia, the efforts that we have made. not alone, because this is something that many people have to do, the OAS, and we thank the OAS a lot because, as was mentioned, you have guided us in how to do things. And today, little by little, with the support of everyone that participate in this process, we have been able to improve enormously. And we have covered a greater space of our national geography. And we want wholeheartedly to see Colombia free of the presence of anti-personal mines. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Coronel Tarazona, for your excellent presentation. And we have learned about how the military forces act towards humanitarian anti-mining. I want to highlight the collaboration of the armed forces of Colombia in the country and the huge evolution of the capacity on the armed forces. Right now, we will go to the Q&A space for Coronel Tarazona. And I actually have the first question for Coronel. Are there some proposals or plans to support the armed forces of some other countries to share the experience that Colombia has on humanitarian anti-mining? To reach the capacity that we have nowadays, we have received the support of many actors, multilateral support of the board, OAS, donors that has allowed us with the resources to achieve this point. How we couldn't, after finishing our task here in Colombia, be able to disseminate our own experience and help some other countries. For us, is one of our main goals to share the experience and the knowledge and to share it with the countries that still have pollution on the terrains. Thank you. Thank you for this answer. I would like to ask for the participation of the audience here in Bogotá. Coronel Dario Emilio from the Dominican Republic, attached here in Colombia. I would like to first congratulate Colonel Tarazona by the effort of his unit and this huge challenge. I have a question in this regard. Is there any protocol for relocation of the civil staff when there are areas that we have determined that are contaminated? If they live in the area or the neighboring area, does the state has any economical retribution for this population? Well, the analysis that we have of the contaminated areas where we have anti-personal mines or explosives has made possible to verify the affectation of each of the municipalities. There's a phenomenon though. The more the affectation or the greater the affectation, the response of the population has been actually to abandon these lands, their own houses, to go to safe spaces where they can have better conditions to their children and family members. So I'm on humanitarian anti-mining. I always talk about bringing our elements to see the intervention on the contaminated areas and to resettle the population on their communities of origin so they can peacefully live and go back to their schools, their households, and their spaces. Something similar happened in Samana. We have been intervening for more than 12 years. in interpersonal mining. When we arrived, the rural area was almost abandoned. And nowadays in Samaná, people, it's coming back because the communication, the contact with the civil population, being able to clear and return the terrain so they can make it productive again, has allowed us to relocate this population to the municipality of origin. And now we have a completely different situation in the rural areas of Samaná. We have had the positive response of the population. We don't have any more contamination and they are occupying the spaces again. And one of our men that was from that region now is going back as a supervisor on humanitarian anti-mining, and he's working there for his municipality to all of his people. The time that we have determined appropriate for Q&A has ended. Now we would like to have Mr. Lionel to hand out a diploma for the presentation just provided.
Tal como se anunció al principio de nuestro
As we announced at the beginning of our seminar, we will have 15 minutes for a coffee break. Well, we will have 20 minutes coming back at 16:48 Bogota time to continue with our presentations. Inter-American Defense Board promoting and strengthening trust in the hemisphere.
Por favor, tenemos un coffee break allá.
We have some coffee. So we invite you all to stay and enjoy our coffee break. You're all invited, of course.
Muy buenas tardes a todos una vez más.
Good
Desde
afternoon
6
again.
horas 47 minutos, muy amablemente
4:47
pedimos a todos
in
que
Bogotá.
tomen
So we
asiento
request
para el proseguimiento de
to
nuestro
the
seminario.
audience if they can please take our seats back to continue with the seminar.
Buenas tardes a todos una
Good
vez más.
afternoon, everyone.
Bienvenidos de regreso.
Welcome back.
A continuación, pasamos al tercer y
Now we're
último
going to go
bloque de
back
nuestro seminario
to
de
the third
desminado
and last part
humanitario
of our
de
seminar
2023,
of
organizado por la
2023,
Junta
organized
Interamericana de
by the
Defensa.
Inter-American Defense
En este
Board.
momento,
Right now,
pasamos a contar con la
we are
colaboración
going to
del
have
señor
the collaboration
Camilo Ernesto
of Mr.
Serna.
Camilo Ernesto
El señor
Serna.
Camilo Ernesto
Mr.
Serna
Serna
es subdirector nacional
is
de la
Deputy
campaña
Director
colombiana
of the
contra
National
minas
Campaign
y
in
nos
Colombia
presentará una
Anti-Mines,
ponencia
and he
sobre
has a
el
presentation
desarrollo de la
about the
capacidad
development
nacional
of the
colombiana
national
para
capacity
actuación en el escenario
for
internacional
different
como en el caso
international
ucraniano.
scenarios, such as the case of
Muchas
Ukraine.
gracias por su
Thank you
colaboración con
for your
nuestro
collaboration
seminario.
and your
Por favor, señor
participation.
Camilo,
And
el público es
Mr.
suyo.
Camilo, the floor is yours.
Bueno, buenas tardes a
Good
todos,
afternoon,
a todas.
everyone,
Muchas gracias a la Junta
and
Interamericana de
thank you
Defensa por
to the
esta
Inter-American Defense
invitación.
Board for the invite.
Digamos que
We can
muchos se
say that,
preguntarán por qué una
or many will ask
organización
why an
muy local, muy
organization
colombiana como
that
la
is
campaña
very
contra
local,
minas,
very Colombian,
colombiana contra minas, está
Colombia against mines,
mirando
is
otras perspectivas fuera de
looking for
Colombia,
different
cuando también en
perspectives
Colombia tenemos una
outside Colombia
problemática muy
when we
grande.
do have a big problem in
Digamos
Colombia, a
que
big issue. And we could say
para
that
eso
for
es
that,
importante conocer un poco
it's
nuestra
important to
historia.
know a bit
Nosotros,
of our history.
si bien venimos o nacimos de
If
una
we were
organización de la cual
born
ya Juan
as
Carlos
an
Ruan
organization
mencionó, que es
that
la
Juan
campaña
Carlos Ruan
internacional contra
mentioned,
minas, que es
that
la
is the
ICDL,
international
quienes
campaign
pertenecemos a la campaña
ICBL,
colombiana contra minas o la
the
fundamos,
ones who are part of
venimos
this
de experiencias de
campaign, when
construcción
the
de
campaign was
paz
born, are coming
y
from
del
different
manejo del
peace
conflicto.
construction and
Cuando
conflict
nosotros
management situations.
nos unimos a este gran
When we
movimiento de la
joined
acción
this
contra minas en
movement
el mundo
of
en el
actions
año
against mines
99,
around the world in 1999,
creímos en un
we
principio
thought
y todavía
at the
lo
very
creemos
beginning,
que las
and we
minas
still,
es apenas
that this
uno
is
de los
only
síntomas
one
de
of
una enfermedad
the
mucho más grande
symptoms
que
of
tienen
a huge illness
las naciones,
that the nations
que
have,
tienen
that
las personas
the people have,
que vivimos en estas
that the
naciones.
ones who live in these
Y aquí me voy a
nations
adelantar un poquito en la
lived.
presentación a lo que es el contexto de Ucrania.
And I'm going to
El
talk
tema
about
de las
the
minas en
situation in
Ucrania no es
Ukraine.
nuevo. Desde que empezó
Mines in
todo
Ukraine is not
el proceso
something new.
separatista
Actually,
con
when
los
the
estados del sur,
separation started with
eh,
the states of the South,
hay aquí varias organizaciones,
there are
compañeras
several
nuestras en la campaña
organizations here,
internacional contra las minas,
but
está
the
HI,
National
está
Campaign
DRC, que
Anti-Mine,
vienen trabajando en
DRC,
Ucrania desde hace mucho
IAG,
tiempo
that have been
en el
working for
problema
a
de
very
las
long
minas y
time in
de los
Ukraine
artefactos explosivos.
regarding
Sin embargo,
explosives.
y se ha visto en los
However,
últimos
as we have
tiempos,
seen
la guerra ya formalizada entre Ucrania y
now,
Rusia,
formal war against
empiezan a
Ukraine,
brotar todos esos síntomas y cuando
we
ya
can
empieza
see
el
the
síntoma de las minas
symptoms.
a ser
And when
permanente,
mines are a
preeminente,
permanent
luego
symptom,
vienen las bombas en racimo,
then
ya
we
el
have
uso del
bombs,
fósforo blanco,
we
eso
have
quiere
white
decir que la
phosphorus.
enfermedad está
This
creciendo
means that the
y
illness is
que lo
growing
que
and
tenemos
advancing
que
and
atacar no
moving
es
forward,
sencillamente el
and we need
síntoma
to
de ir
attack
a
not only the
quitar las minas,
symptom
sino de la enfermedad,
of removing the
de la
mines,
guerra.
but the
Y
war.
nosotros en los años
And
2000,
during
en la década de los 2000,
2000,
empezamos aquí en
decade of
Colombia también
2000 started here
a
in Colombia,
reconfigurar ese espectro de la enfermedad.
working on a new
Hicimos
configuration of
un
the illness.
ejercicio
We carry out an
muy
exercise that was very
relevante en su momento, que
relevant
fue
at the time,
traer al Congreso de la República de
the
Colombia
era of the Congress
a
of the Republic of
los
Colombia,
comandantes paramilitares, a los
the
comandantes del ELN
paramilitary
y a pues en
commanders,
ese momento no
and
asistieron, pero también se
at
les
the
invitó a
time
los
they were not
comandantes de
part
las
of
FARC
it,
con
but
el apoyo
we
del gobierno
invited
nacional,
the
en ese
FARC
momento del
commanders with the
presidente
support
Álvaro
of
Uribe Vélez y el
President
vicepresidente
Armando
Francisco
Uribe
Santos.
and
Hicimos
Vice
un
President
ejercicio
Francisco
acá
Santos. We
casi
had
que
an
impensado de
exercise
traerlos y
of
sentarlos
bringing
para que
everyone
le
here
explicaran
and
al país por qué estaban
explaining
utilizando las
to
minas,
the
por
country
qué
why
después
they were
de
using
las
mines,
fallidas
why
negociaciones del
after
Caguán
the negotiations in
se
Cavan,
disparó el uso de las minas como
the use of
un
mines
elemento
peaked as an element
adicional a todos
that
los
was
procesos de la
additional
guerra que ya
to
traíamos
all
en
of the
este país,
processes of war
país
that
que
we had in this country
tiene
already.
uno de los
This
conflictos
country
más
that has
largos
had
del
one of the
mundo.
longest conflicts
Y
around the world.
básicamente ese cuestionamiento pues no fue
Basically,
respondido
this was not answered. This
inmediatamente,
question
pero
was not
sí
answered
generó una
immediately.
reflexión,
It generated a
que
reflection,
años
and a
después
reflection that years
se
after
concreta con el acuerdo de
was
paz
something
que se firma
concrete with the
con
peace
las
accords that were
FARC.
signed with the FARC.
Y nuestra organización, si bien,
And our
claro, ataca los
organization
síntomas, nosotros
attacked the
trabajamos,
symptoms.
como
We
ustedes lo
work,
ven en estas
as we
presentaciones,
can see on
en
the
educación en el
presentations,
riesgo de minas,
on education
en
on the risk of
asistencia a las
mines,
víctimas
assistance
y
to the victims,
posteriormente en el despeje.
and in clearance.
Nosotros creímos que el generar
We
confianza a
thought
través de una
that
herramienta
generating
como es el
trust
desminado
through
humanitario
a
es una
tool
posibilidad
such
también de
as
la
this one
construcción de la
was a
paz.
possibility
Y
to
por
build
eso,
peace.
cuando inicia el proceso de paz
This is
y
why
empiezan a haber
when we
unas
started the
desavenencias,
peace
nosotros le
movement
propusimos
or
al gobierno
period,
nacional y
we
le
proposed
propusimos
to the
también a
national
las FARC,
government
que
and
por qué
also
no
to the
comenzaban
FARC.
por un
Why
pequeño
not
ejercicio
start with
para
a
generar
small
confianza y que ese
exercise to
pequeño
generate
ejercicio,
trust?
cuando nosotros todos
And when this
atacamos
exercise, when we attack
uno de los síntomas que no es la
one of the
persona, sino es
symptoms
un
that
arma,
is not
es muchísimo más
the
fácil
people,
continuar.
is
Y se hizo ese
a weapon,
ejercicio
it's
en
easier to continue. And this is
Antioquia,
something that was done
donde
in
las
Antioquia,
fuerzas militares
where the
y las
military
FARC,
forces and
aún en
FARC,
conflicto, todavía no se
still
ha
in
firmado el
conflict,
proceso de paz, hacen un proceso desminado humanitario
started a
en
humanitarian
conjunto,
anti-mining
donde
process
ambas
together. They're both
personas de ambas organizaciones desarrollan ese desminado.
developed
Y eso genera que
this
después en el
process.
acuerdo de paz
And
quede el tema de las
afterwards, in the
minas
peace agreement,
como un tema
this topic
principal y fundamental
was
para el desarrollo
fundamental
de
and a
lo
priority
que
for
es
the development
los ejercicios que hoy día se
of the
llevan a cabo en
current
el país
exercises,
en la
the ones that we
implementación del
have
acuerdo de paz.
nowadays in the
Parte
country.
de esos
For the
ejercicios
implementation of the peace
tienen
accords.
como
Part of the
desencadenante que
exercises
existe hoy otra
now
organización de desminado humanitario
as they
colombiana
gave birth
que se llama
to another
Humanicemos DH,
institution,
la
Semos
cual
DH.
es fruto de ese proceso.
It was born after this process.
Y en ese ejercicio nosotros dijimos,
And in
bueno,
this
hay
exercise,
muchas
we said
organizaciones en el
there are
mundo
many organizations around the
que ya
world
hacen
that
desminado
are
humanitario. Bueno,
working
nosotros
on anti-mining.
somos una organización
We
pequeña
are
frente
a
a
small
todas esas grandes
organization in front
organizaciones
of
que
these
inclusive
big
varias de ellas están
organizations.
sentadas acá,
Many of
de
them
Yellow
are
Cross,
here,
HI, DRC, pero
Chai,
hay otras que no están
DRC,
acá como Ayuda
some
Popular
others,
Noruega,
such as
MAC.
Popular Noruega,
Eh,
MARC.
Nosotros no queremos competir
We don't want to compete
con ellos en el escenario del desminado.
in the scenario.
Nosotros creemos que
We believe
podemos aportar en
strongly
otros
that we
escenarios que pueden
can
ser complementarios a todas las labores y
collaborate
todas las
on some
acciones
other
que esas otras
scenarios and some
grandes
other
organizaciones
actions
desarrollan
that
en el
these
país.
big
Y nosotros también en el
institutions
país
are
tampoco
doing in the
queremos
country.
ser
And
la
also in the
competencia
country, we
de
don't
la
believe in
capacidad
the
más grande que tiene
bigger capacity
Colombia, que es
of
la brigada,
Colombia, that
sino
is
que
a
queremos
brigade.
contribuir también es
We
en
want to
otros
contribute
aspectos
in some other
donde
aspects
nuestra experticia y
where
nuestro
our expertise,
quehacer nos lleva
where
a
what we
ser
do
más preeminentes. Y es en el tema de la construcción
make
de
us
paz.
key actors.
Nosotros,
That is
en conjunto con
building peace.
Humanicemos y
With
con la brigada
Humanicemos,
y con
with
la
the
Armada,
brigade,
somos
with
las
the armed
4
forces,
organizaciones que
we are the
nos
4
consideramos
organizations
como la
that
capacidad
we
nacional.
consider that
Y en
is
esa
the
medida
national
creemos que
capacity.
lo
And
que se
in that
hizo aquí
regard,
en
we believe
Colombia
that what was
podemos
done here in
llevarlo
Colombia
a
is
otros
something that we can
países,
replicate in
no
some other
para
countries,
atacar
not
únicamente el
to
síntoma
attack the symptom,
de quitar las minas, sino para atacar la enfermedad
but
de la guerra.
to attack war, that is a
Es
disease.
así como nos
So this is how
fuimos a 2 países que
we went to 2
uno que
different
digamos
countries, one
tuvo un
that
conflicto muy grande y
had
todavía lo
a strong
manifiesta, como
conflict,
es Irak,
still
y
have
otro que
manifestations
es
of it,
Siria,
such as Iraq, and the
donde
other one is Syria.
es más que conocido que tienen un
We all
problema
know
muy grande
about the conflicts that
para
they have,
buscar aliados
and we
locales,
wanted to look for
organizaciones
local
locales que
alliances,
pudieran
local
compartir
institutions
los
that could
principios que
share
nosotros
the
queremos
principles that
llevar
we
de
want
construcción de paz a través del
to
desminado
have
humanitario.
to build peace.
En esa medida,
In that
nosotros llegamos a
regard,
Siria, llegamos a Irak
we went
hace
to
ya
Syria, we
2
went to
años.
Iraq 2 years ago
El año
already.
pasado empezamos una
And last
construcción en
year, we
conjunto con
started
unas organizaciones locales
building together
para
with some local
transferirles
institutions to transfer
todo ese bagaje y ese
all of this
conocimiento
knowledge, all
de,
of
no
this
de desminado,
information, not
el
only
conocimiento
about
técnico de desminado,
anti-mining, the
digamos,
technical
nosotros no somos
information.
la
I
autoridad
mean,
más grande
we
para
are
hacerlo.
not
Aquí hay
the
otras
highest authority. We have some
organizaciones,
other organizations
ejércitos que
that
lo
are more
tienen, sino
knowledgeable,
para
some armed
transmitirles
forces as
cómo
well.
a
But
través
we
de
wanted
ese
to
desminado,
transmit
inclusive muchas de
how
estas son
through the
organizaciones que llevan
anti-mining, even
desminando
these are
varios
company or
años en
institutions,
sus
I'm sorry,
países,
that have
en
been
Irak y en
working on
Siria.
this
Pero
in
cómo a
Iraq and
través del
Syria for
desminado
many,
ellos
many
pueden
years,
construir
but
paz.
how
Y esos
through
países sí que
this
necesitan
anti-mining they
también
can build
ese
peace.
ejercicio de
And
construcción
they
de paz.
also need this exercise
Entonces,
of building peace,
tenemos dos
strengthening peace.
iniciativas. Ustedes
So
ahí
we have two
ven a
initiatives.
REMCO,
You can
que
see
es una
REMCO.
organización que
This is an
funciona en el
institution that works
Kurdistán, en
in
estas dos
Uzbekistan
regiones,
and
en
in
esta
these two
región que
regions.
comparten
Well, this
varios
region that
países
they share by many
de
countries actually,
Medio Oriente,
the Middle East,
específicamente en Irak, en la zona que
specifically
ustedes
Iraq.
ven
We can
coloreada,
see
que
the
es
area
la parte del Kurdistán iraquí.
that is
Nosotros llegamos allá,
Iraq and Kurdistan.
hicimos unos ejercicios en
We
conjunto con
arrived
estas
there,
organizaciones
carry out
y
some
estamos ya
exercises with the
empezando
organizations,
unas
and
acciones
we
de
are
construcción
starting
y
some
fortalecimiento de
actions
esas
to
capacidades
strengthen
de esas
the
organizaciones.
capacities of these
Insisto, no tanto
organizations. I insist,
en aprender a desminar, que ellos nos
not
pueden dar clases a
to
nosotros,
learn
sino
how they
en
can
cómo
remove the mines.
podemos juntar voluntades para
They have the
construir
knowledge,
paz.
but how we can be willing
En
to
Siria
build peace.
igualmente,
In Syria as
la
well,
parte que tiene la parte fronteriza del
the
Kurdistán
bordering
sirio,
part
con una organización que se llama ROC,
or the neighboring
Mine
part, we
Control
have
Organization, como ustedes
the
ven, es una
Mine
organización
Control
ya establecida
Organization. This
de
is a
desminado,
well-established organization
y
for anti-mining.
digamos,
And
empezamos a mirar que también tenemos,
we started seeing
estamos exportando desafortunadamente la problemática
that
de las
unfortunately
minas
we are
a
exporting this
nuestros vecinos,
situation
Ecuador,
to our neighbors,
Venezuela, y
Ecuador,
esperamos
Venezuela.
que
We
no se
hope
la exportemos también
that we
a
do
Perú
not
y
export
Panamá,
it
donde
towards
hay
Peru or
algunos
Colombia
indicios de
or
posible
Panama,
uso
sorry,
de
where
minas por parte de
there's a possible use
agentes
of
irregulares que
mines
están de este lado de la frontera, que
by
utilizan la frontera
irregular
para
agents that are
sus
using the
otras actividades
border
de narcotráfico y
for
obviamente
narco
el
or
uso de
drug
minas
traffic
como parte de ese
and drug
ejercicio.
smuggling.
Como el
And
tema con
mines are
Venezuela
part
ya
of
es
this exercise. The
reconocido,
topic with
han ocurrido
Venezuela
accidentes en la
is
frontera, sobre
well
todo
known.
en este
We have had
proceso de las
accidents
migraciones.
in the front
Nosotros
and the
creemos que
border
también
due,
nos corresponde
mainly
trabajar esa parte en Venezuela.
because of the migration.
Trabajar
So we need to work
en
on that
conjunto, sobre todo con las comunidades de la
together with
frontera, para
Venezuela,
que
to work with the
empecemos a
communities
generar
on the
una
border so we
conciencia
can
y
generate the awareness
empecemos también
and we
a
can
establecer
start
unos límites del uso de esas
creating
minas allá.
boundaries
Es decir,
for
nosotros
the
tenemos
use
que
of
llegar a que
mines
toda la frontera
over there.
con
We need
Venezuela
to
sea
clear the
estudiada
whole
y sea
border.
revisada a
We
ver
need to
si
research and
hay una
study the
necesidad de un
border to
desminado
see
mucho más fuerte. Para
if
eso,
we have a
como lo
stronger
decían
need
mis
to remove
antecesores,
the mines.
el
So
trabajo
as
de
the
la
rest of
educación en el
presenters
riesgo
have
va a ser
mentioned already,
fundamental. Vamos a tener un
risk
trabajo muy
education,
fuerte
it's
en esa zona de
fundamental. We
fronteras
will
con
be working
Venezuela,
strongly
igual
on the border
con
with
Ecuador. Con
Venezuela,
Ecuador hemos
but as well
estado
with
hablando desde
Ecuador.
hace
With
un
Ecuador,
buen
we have
tiempo y
been in
con
conversations
intercambios
for
entre
quite
las
a long
cancillerías
time.
de Colombia y Ecuador,
Exchanges
porque
between the chancellor's
la zona
office
indígena de la
because the
frontera con
indigenous
Putumayo
part of Putumayo,
desafortunadamente tiene indicios
unfortunately,
de que pueda estar minada
we
y
believe
entonces
that
tenemos
we
que
have some
trabajar en
mines
esa
there.
zona.
So we
También
need to work there.
Para que eso genere otros
So
esfuerzos de construcción
to
de paz.
generate some
Y
other
en ese
efforts
aporte de
of
la construcción de paz, donde
building
también
peace.
estamos trabajando
And we
fuertemente
also work
con
strongly
diferentes entidades del gobierno
with
para
different entities of the
empezar a
government to
ofrecer
start offering
alternativas de justicia
alternatives
transicional
for transitional
en
justice
el mismo marco del proceso de
within the
paz
framework
a
of the
través del
peace
desminado
process
humanitario. Es
through
decir, cómo los
anti-mining,
comparecientes de esos
how
hechos
the people
puedan,
that have suffered from
entre
this past
comillas,
can
pagar sus penas a través
sort of
del desminado
pay,
humanitario, como también
in
un
lack of a
ejemplo que
better
puede
word,
exportar Colombia
their
para otros
sorrows.
procesos de
This is
justicia
an expertise
transicional
that
que se puedan
Colombia
estar llevando en el mundo.
can
Y aquí termino,
collaborate
digamos,
with.
con Ucrania, que
And
es
I
el
will
caso
end
que
with
nos trae
Ukraine.
acá.
that is
Ucrania es un estado parte de
the
la Convención de
case
Ottawa, lo
that
que no
brought
es
us
Rusia,
together.
lo decía Juan Carlos al principio,
Ukraine is part of
lo que genera
the
un
Ottawa
problema
Treaty,
muy grande,
not Russia.
porque en
So
teoría, si
this
yo no soy
generates a
parte de la
problem
convención,
because if you're not part of
y
the
digo en teoría
convention,
porque no es así,
I say
podría
here
utilizar
because
minas, y
this is not
digamos
the
que ese
case.
es el
You could use
marco sobre
mines.
el que se ha
Let's
amparado
say that this is
Rusia
the
en
framework
utilizar minas en
that
Ucrania.
Russia is
Sin
using
embargo,
to use
el
mines in
Tratado de Ottawa
Ukraine.
es un tratado
The
del
Ottawa
derecho
Treaty
internacional humanitario
is
que debe ser
a
cumplido
humanitarian
por
international law
todos
that
los
should be
países del mundo
complied by
océano, no miembros
all the
del
countries if
tratado.
they have
Lo que ha generado
ratified, if they are members of
que
the treaty or not.
inclusive, y esta desinformación o
The
no
lack of
sabemos si es
information,
desinformación de
I mean,
parte
we don't know if this is
de
due
los
to lack of
mismos, de las
information
fuerzas
or
rusas que están ocupando Ucrania,
the
que
Russian
también
forces that
Ucrania
are
ha
occupying
utilizado
Ukraine
minas
are
en
saying
su
that
propio
Ukraine
territorio para
have
impedir
also
el
used
paso de
mines
las fuerzas
in their own
rusas.
territory
Ucrania
to
lo niega
avoid
porque
the
además es parte
Russian
del tratado,
forces
pero
from
en Ucrania
advancing.
hay
They are part of the treaty,
una
so
dificultad, y es
Ukraine
que ellos
denies
sí
it.
tienen
But there's a
almacenadas
problem, is that they
una
have
cantidad
stored
bastante considerable de
a
minas sobre
very
la cual
considerable
no hay
amount of
mucho
mines,
registro, y
and we don't have a
de su
registry of
destrucción que
that.
debió haber pasado hace mucho
And
rato,
destruction
tampoco
should have
hay
happened
un
many
avance
time
grande.
ago,
Y esto genera que
and
haya una
we're not moving
desconfianza
forward. So we don't
adicionalmente,
trust
no solo entre
completely
Ucrania
the
y Rusia,
process,
que ya
not
de por
only
sí la hay,
between
sino
Ukraine and Russia,
entre la comunidad
but
internacional y todos los
in the
esfuerzos que se
international
están
community and
desarrollando
the
allá en Ucrania.
efforts that have been developed in
Por eso
Ukraine.
nosotros consideramos
So
que
this is why we
el
consider
esfuerzo
that
ahorita en
the
Ucrania
effort right now in
es
Ukraine
empezar a vender
is
la
to
idea
start selling
de
the
que el
idea
desminado puede ser una
that
fórmula para la
this can be
construcción
a
de la paz.
formula to build
Estamos
peace.
en un momento muy difícil en
We
ese
are on a
conflicto,
very
muy
difficult
complicado, porque
time in the conflict and a
ambos
very
ejércitos creen
difficult
tener la
momentum.
posibilidad de
Both
ganarle al
armies
otro.
believe that they can win.
Y el problema de esta situación
And
es
the
que
problem of the
una vez finalice el
situation
conflicto, que
is that once
seguramente
the
va a
conflict
finalizar en
ends,
algún momento con un
we believe that
resultado
it's going to end at
para un lado,
some
para el otro, para
point,
ninguno, como normalmente sucede en este tipo de conflictos, es que
as
las minas
happened
van a
in
quedar
these
allá
conflicts,
y
the
la
mines are
contaminación va a ser
going to
muy
be
grande,
there
porque
and the contamination is going to
como se
be
está viendo, va a haber una
remaining.
situación muy similar a lo que ocurrió en los Balcanes también en
There
los
will
años
be a
90,
very similar
donde se utilizaban
situation
las minas, las municiones en
like in the
racimo
90s in the
y cuanta
Balkans
tipo de arma prohibida
for all the
se
weapons
pudiera
that were
hacer,
banned.
y las consecuencias las están viviendo décadas después
And
las
the
poblaciones
consequences,
civiles de esos
we are
países.
seeing
Sin
this many
embargo,
decades afterwards
la
on the civil
esperanza
populations, but the
todavía
hope
está
that we
latente,
have
y
is
nosotros
still strong.
queremos que los países de América
We want that the
sepan que
countries of
aquí hay una
America
capacidad
know
nacional,
that we have
que la
national
conformamos en
capacity,
este momento 4 organizaciones
confirmed
grandes,
by 4
2 que
big
hacen parte de la
organizations, 2
institucionalidad, 2 que
are
hacen
part
parte de la
of the
sociedad civil,
institutionality, 2 of
pero
the
que esa
civil
capacidad
society,
tiene una experiencia
but
que
we have
no
the
solamente
experience.
es quitar
It's
las
not
minas,
only to
tiene una
remove the
experiencia de todo
mines,
ese bagaje que nos ha enseñado
but
dolorosamente el conflicto que
we have learned very
desafortunadamente aún
painfully
vivimos, pero que
due to
tenemos la esperanza
conflict,
de que pronto,
and we have the hope
ojalá cada vez más pronto se
that
acabe, que es
this will end soon.
contribuir a la paz
We
a
want to
través de lo
contribute
que
to
nosotros
peace
sabemos que es el
from
desminado humanitario. Muchas gracias.
our own position. Thank you.
Mr. Camilo Ernesto, thank you very much for your excellent presentation on the development of the national capacity of Colombia to act in the international scenario, like in the case of Ukraine. Very interesting, and the approach of the causes and not only the consequences was very smart for the humanitarian demining, and also there are probably some mined areas in South America. We're going to start with our questions for Mr. Camilo. And I would like to ask the first question myself. From the observation that of what is happening in Ukraine right now, is it possible to identify any learning, any effort, even if it is just initial in demining and the peace process as we have spoken? Yes, like in Colombia, we started all this process, the demining process in the middle of the war. Because in reality, when Colombia signed the Ottawa Convention, it did it in a very critical moment of its clashes between the government and the FARC. That was the prominent group, but there were some other guerrilla groups like ELN and the self-defenses. In its worst moments, when there were combats and bombings and the taking of the populations. And I think that this learning can be started in the middle of a conflict and can be exported to other countries like Ukraine. Right now, we have a strong demining process in Ukraine. There are organizations that have more experience in this sense than ours or ourselves. And this also depends on the will of the parties. And there's a will from a part of the Ukrainian government to continue with this, but not the Russians. And the continuous bombarding that we have right now, of course, there is like a rest in quotation marks during the winter. But right now we reassume all the combats, and this is going to make the processes more difficult. But I think that there are local organizations as well that think the same, and that this can be done. And I think that we can export the model and that we can adapt it and take it and carry it out there. Any other question? Good afternoon. I'm Captain Leonel, and thank you very much for your excellent presentation. You brought us different points of view for the systems that we have spoken about that are so interesting. So when you spoke about the situation of the borders in South America, you brought to the table things that we discussed before, like the future role of the IADB in demining. In Venezuela, especially, that is a country that has suffered a large humanitarian crisis that has reduced a little bit right now, but you also have a refugee crisis. Do you see in the future of the region in Venezuela, for instance, is there a possibility of having an inter-American context with this military support to reestablish this continent free of mines in the future? It is a good question. The answer is yes. What is our task? What are we going to do in Venezuela? Well, the communities themselves that are at the borders are the ones that are going to start visibilizing the problem of the mines, because it is a problem that we feel is still hidden. And I think that this is the time to start talking about the problem, because the accidents have occurred in the side of Venezuela, and they have been recognized by the Venezuelan government, and they will need the support of all the organizations and large companies and organizations like the IADB that have to give their supports and all the experience to this region. The path is not so fast because we all know the humanitarian situation that Venezuela is going through, but we have to start with something, and I think that is the starting point. So through the visibilization and education in risks, that the companies have to be the ones that call the attention and say, here we have a problem and we have to solve it. Thank you very much. At this moment, unfortunately, we arrived to the end of the time assigned for questions to Mr. Camilo Serra. Thank you very much. At this moment, we're going to say goodbye and invite Colonel Astacio, head of the Inter-American Technical Advisors, to give you a recognition diploma for your presentation.
Antes del proseguimiento,
Before we continue, for the last presentation, we received a message in chat sent by Laila Rodriguez, and I would like to read it. From the Secretariat and the Ottawa Convention in Geneva, we thank you for these very interesting presentations. The demining experience carried out by the military forces in the Americas has been invaluable, as well as the union of experiences with civilian organizations, many of these with the participation of former military, a good combination of forces for a common dream, a world free of minds. And so that these people can reinsert themselves in equal conditions into society. At this moment, we would like to invite Dr. Mariana Monroy for her presentation. She's the coordinator of the group of integral action against the personal mines from Colombia. And she's going to talk about the peace process and the demining process in Colombia. Good afternoon to all of you. I come from the office of the High Commissioner for Peace that is in the Republic of the Presidency of the Republic, and they are in charge of the integral action against anti-personal mines and works for the High Commissioner of the country. And I want to congratulate the Inter-American Board for its 30 years of existence. And also, I want to say that it is important to start destroying all the mines that are affecting our country. We started this work with the board and with the OAS, demining the 35 military bases. For me, it is a great honor and a great pleasure to have this public, both virtually and face-to-face. And it calls my attention, and I was talking to the general, that the House is full. Nobody has wanted to move, and that is a very good symptom. I think that the topic of the integral action against the anti-personal mines is something that once you start with it, you cannot stop. Many of those here, both virtually and connected and face-to-face, Laila, who is my colleague from Iran, from the Unit for the Implementation of the Convention, we have been working for many, many years in anti-personal mines. And as Camilo said, you know, the experience is invaluable. I think that in the integral action against anti-personal mines, we have had the national capacity, the governmental and non-governmental, civil and military capacity sustainable in time, and especially because everybody is so willing to work. I think that we all get up in the morning thinking that we won't have any more victims of anti-personal mines. And every time that there is a victim, each one of us is hurt personally. Fortunately, the number of victims has dropped. But what we aspire and hope, all of us that have been fighting against these mines, is that someday we can say we have zero victims of anti-personal mines, regardless if they are civilians or members of the public forces. These mines should not exist for no reason and no cause. And we cannot say that these devices are a strategy. Finally, it's a scourge. And these are elements that only bring destruction, loss of lives, and destruction and stoppage in our development and the environment. And all these mines exist for something as well, as the campaign also says. When you install a mine and an accident occurs, we always ask ourselves why, because we're seeing that it is affecting the population. And this has been a challenge for Colombia, not having the information of where these mines were installed, were planted. Our conflict has been totally irregular in nature, and the planting of these anti-personnel mines was also irregular and in accordance with the type of conflict that we have, and according to the presence of illegal forces. So this new government line intended to transform the territory. And I am totally convinced that the integral action against mines is allowing this transformation of the territory. How can we see in Colombia the presence of mines? Many of you know how affected Colombia has been with the mines, and of the 1,385 victims that we have had so far, and most of these victims are in the rural areas, where many times the person that suffers an accident, doesn't even recognize themselves as victims. They say, no, I lost my sight, and they continue working, or they lose their hearing. And for that is not an inconvenience. They continue working and doing their tasks in the rural area. The graph that I'm showing right now shows the dynamic and the greatest problem of these devices in our territory. You can see that due to anti-personnel mines, we have had the greatest number of victims. And if you zoom the blue part of the map that shows the departments where we've had these accidents, we can identify that Antioquia historically is one of the most affected departments. And then you can see the different zones where the intensity drops. And you can see Norte Santander, Arauca, Capital, Ariño, Meta. Of course, the munitions without exploding is also part of the problem. And the majority of the victims of these ammunitions are our children, usually. Now, we're seeing that in Colombia, we've had 7,264 accidents that have generated 12,342 victims. This means that for each accident, we've had in average at least 2 victims. And that's where we start to review the damage that these weapons cause. And fortunately, in the last records, we can see that the physical impairment has been greater because devices become more potent. And we have seen that our victims have suffered more damage. Here we can also review that in the 31 departments, in 491 municipalities, we've had accidents. And zooming, and at the top part, when we start with our peace process, because remember that it was in November 2016, and to date, we have signed a peace agreement in Colombia. And regardless of this, as was mentioned in the last presentation, Colombia is a country that has started with its humanitarian demining process in the middle of the conflict, and it has not been easy. It hasn't been easy, not for the civilian organizations, nor for the national and military forces, because this dynamic has also stopped the humanitarian demining process. Locating the territories that will be demined is not easy, and they offer great challenges. But continuing with the accidents, we can say that in this period of time, since we signed the peace accord, we have recorded 836 victims that represent 6% of the victims that we have in our historical records. And if you remember the past map, we had Antioquia as the department with the highest number of victims. Now, this coincides with the dynamic of the Colombian campaign, where it says that we have territories, as you can see on the map at the north of Santander, that is bordering with Venezuela and Ecuador, and the departments that have had the highest number of victims in these last 6 years. This means that the installation of mines, or the planting of mines, has migrated to other territories that today show a greater problem. Unfortunately, these territories coincide with territories that belong to the different ethnies. And these are the victims that we see today. Starting November last year, we had a crisis in Nariño. Well, we have some communities with the presence of mines, and especially the presence of territories with illegal plants as well. And in this period, we have seen 19 departments with 104 municipalities that had been affected. Historically, we had a record where 40% of the population, victims of mines, is a civilian population, and 60% is armed forces. If we zoom here and you look at the graph, in the bottom part of the slide, you can see that the civilians are 62% now, and the public forces 38%. So statistics in the last 6 years have turned around, and this is why the risk education has to continue and in a stronger way, not only in the affected territories, but also in the territories that have mines, because people have the right to mobilize themselves, and people displace themselves, and probably they displace themselves because they need to, because of their jobs, economic reasons, and so forth, and they might encounter the mines. So we have to continue working to drop and to lower these figures. This year, we've had 20 civilians and 11 members of the armed forces affected by the anti-personnel mines. With this perspective, since 2021, Colombia started implementing the Ottawa Convention and converted it into a policy for the integral action against mines. Although this the talk is about humanitarian demining, we have to keep in mind that humanitarian demining is part of the holistic or comprehensive action against demining, and the education in risk has to be there before, during, and after carrying out these demining activities. In this integral zone, we have the 3 important pillars that were mentioned in the previous presentations. The holistic assistance to victims and the prevention. Once there is an accident, the population of those areas where we've had these accidents are talked to, and where we suspect that there is a mine. And humanitarian demining as the action that allows us to develop to have development, peace, and human security. So this, the three pillars between the development, peace, and humanitarian action has to be the door of entry to the different territories that right now have been affected or are affected. So this policy of the action against mines has to bring comprehensive work with other policies and for the development of these communities that have been affected by the mines. The brigade commander showed us how during the operations that they have carried out, they also reconstruct the areas, the sites, the important sites for the communities, like, bridges and schools, where they have taught the community to carry out some productive projects because most of them are farmers. And this is what the government wants to do, to promote the farming. And we're going to be an important pillar for the reestablishment of the territories. Colombia, as a party to the convention, has its own international guidelines, as was mentioned in the second presentation by Juan Carlos Ruan. There is a plan. This Oslo plan ends in 2024. And right now, they're announcing a new action plan, an international action plan for 2025 to 2029. And in this perspective, the Oslo plan urges us to work in peace, development, and human rights, but also to work on the differentiated focus, where risk education and demining and the assistance to victims has to be differentiated for the children, women, ethnical groups, and victims within the framework of the convention. And these are two international treaties that have to go hand in hand. And we also have to think that the victims are the center of the action against mines. This Oslo plan urges us to also include this component of the integral action against mines in all the plans. And if you see the development plan, this is included right now. And we're working with other policies and the different governmental structures, both national and territorial, so that in all their work plans, they include the action against mines, with the task of assisting victims and freeing those territories that are needed. And the action against mines is a policy to return the lands to the people. And as was mentioned before, the need to involve survivors and their families in the different development plans. And to thrust the work of the victims from the government, we are supporting all the victims associations so that they can create a capacity in risk education, and from those accidents with the community, they can transfer those lessons learned and transfer the best practices within the framework of the integral education against mines. So this is how this integral action against mines and its three pillars wants to have a route. We have to implement this route, and all the victims and their families, and even the caregivers, have to be part of the implementation of this route. And the same as we have territories that are free of mines, we need to have victims that have been assisted holistically and can be productive. As we have mentioned that education is the door for this action against mines, and that's why it has to be always there, before, during, and after, and it has to go hand in hand with the humanitarian demining activities, because risk education is that opportunity to work for the community and with the community. And you know that the first phase of humanitarian demining are the non-technical studies, and this is just the work with the community. And how have we done this in the last 20 years? From many organizations that have been working is through risk education. So it is a task that cannot finish and has to continue being sponsored by cooperation and has to continue to be sponsored by the different organizations that work in the action against mines. And humanitarian demining has to return the territory. And it is our task, those of us that work in the integral action to demining, we have to be the ones that support the territories and render them free of mines. So I think it is a very important task, and it's not enough just to decontaminate the territory or destroy the devices. We have to promote in our discourses, we have to create this triple nexus so that this initiative promotes development, humanitarian assistance, and also communities for peace and peace managers. Colonel Tarazona already mentioned this map. It's the 1,122 municipalities where you can see that there is hope now. 80% of the territory is free, but we still have 20% to go. We're going to look at the 20%, and it is represented in the 102 municipalities that you're visualizing in yellow, where these 102 municipalities are located in 19 departments of the 32 departments of Colombia. And of course, we have a capacity of 7 organizations in humanitarian demining. 3 that are from abroad and have great experience and a lot of knowledge, and 4 domestic ones that have also grown and learning about the topic in humanitarian demining. We have an important challenge, and that is 124 municipalities in red that don't have the conditions for the operation to be sustainable and not cause risks for the operator or the community. In this sense, I wanted to show you the results in another different way. I don't want to talk about the 12 million meters. I want to show you this intervention of humanitarian demining with the percentage units. So we have the 102 municipalities in yellow and the green municipalities that are the ones that have carried out humanitarian demining. So let's take a look here. You will see that there are 306 municipalities that have gone through humanitarian demining, and they have concentrated 44% on the non-technical. In the 102 municipalities that are going through operations, we have 54 that are non-technical and cleaning. Understanding that in the 102 municipalities have not finished the operation, and we were able to identify that they are highly affected. And 64% of those cleaned meters are concentrated in those 102 municipalities, and that was 306 where the operation ended. We have 35%. Regarding dangerous areas, we were able to identify that in the municipalities that are being intervened today, we have 64% of all those dangerous areas. And regarding explosive devices, 56%. And these are territories that are still in the process. And right now we were talking about the extensions. Colombia is a 2020-2025 extension, and we just delivered the plan 2023-25 in our compliance with Article 5 that concentrates on the municipalities, on the green municipalities. And why? Because we have to continue monitoring these territories. We cannot leave them unfollowed, and we have to monitor the green territories, the territories that don't have any problems as well. And of course, those that have operations ongoing, without forgetting the 124. So the monitoring is for the 122 municipalities that we're showing here. If you take a look at the graph, you can see this graph here. This is the presence of victims. Now, we can see that the red strip is the largest one. And what does this mean? It means that 45% of the victims that have been shown in Colombia, that is 6,000 victims. They are in the red municipalities. That's where we have the greatest amount of problems. And we haven't been able to work very much there because of the security concerns. So we're working with the yellow municipalities that are 102. So it is important to keep in mind this, because the strategic plan is concentrating on the yellows and the greens in monitoring. And on the red, we're working under these security conditions to continue creating new zones for the demining operations. But what do we have to comply with this challenge? We have the 7 organizations. These 7 organizations have concentrated 817 experts in non-technical studies when we add all 7 organizations. And with the development sustainable goals, they request a gender focus within the framework of these operations. And that's why we have identified that 17% of these experts in non-technical studies are women. And as part of the deminers, the percentage is lower, but we have 125 women in these 7 organizations that are working in demining. For the goals, sustainable goals, yes, we have women experts in EOD. It's 1% of the total number of in Colombia that are 108 experts. We have a goal that we need to fulfill in the Article 5. For 2025, we hope to have 89% of the territory free of mines. And we hope that this percentage can be increased in these red territories where we still don't have the conditions. It is important to highlight that in these green territories in which we have to continue working, we have a residual risk in 32 municipalities, of which 10 are still under operations. This is a task that, according to the Colombian laws, once we finish with the 6 months after being declared free, this the national capacity has to take care of the residual risk. The main challenges that we face right now is the persistence of the planting of these devices, the prevalence of accidents, And I want to go back to the first challenge, because it's not just the use, it's the use and manufacturing. And that is something that is being placed on the table in the peace process. That it is a matter of never manufacturing or planting these devices, because we cannot only talk about planting, we have to talk about manufacturing. And unfortunately, in Colombia, we've had 24 municipalities that have been assigned for humanitarian demining operations, and we've had to stop them and not allot these territories because the conditions don't allow it. It is a lesson that has been learned, a bad practice probably, but it has been the development of the conflict that has not allowed us to advance with these operations. We have mentioned this before, precisely yesterday in a workshop that we had with the Presidential Agency for Cooperation. We saw some important flows of cooperation. As was mentioned by Dr. Tammy, the resources have to be taken care of well. That's why we take care of these resources. And we're reviewing all the good practices and the operational results. And day by day, we try to be more efficient. And there is a very important challenge in this development plan, which is the positioning of the integral plan against mines. Right now, we have a new government, a new development plan, and a peace policy as a right for the Colombians and for the persons that live here. And so for the sector, and not only for the sector of the integral zone against mines, but for each one of the governmental agencies and non-governmental agencies, we have to build this policy that is going to give us the map in order to have a Colombia free of mines. So this is how the action against mines at this moment has to work intensively in the identification of this risk and continue with that education at the community, so that from risk education we can avoid this risk and facilitate the task of demining. We have to promote the human development and the social, economic, and sustainable development of the communities. We have to promote the reconciliation. And this is how we have so many stakeholders and designers of peace working on this issue about the integral activities against demining. We have to deliver the territories that have been habilitated with development initiatives for the communities and to open other policies. And in the framework of the National Development Plan, we are in 3 different items. And all these 3 items that you see here and that you will be able to review in our National Development Plan seek to have this action against demining as a policy to work in the territories. And the plan also includes an article for actions to reincorporate the territories. And this is how the compliance of the judicial decisions in the peace justice allow and have built actions in the perspective of risk education, including everything that has to do with the actions against demining. And this is how the challenges for the peace process is to start working in those territories articulatedly and in a coordinated fashion. And we have to keep in mind that what the Colombian state wants is never to have any more victims. We need to have a collective memory to build a country free of mines, and to call all those that come to work to the territories to do it in a sustainable way. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, doctora
Thank you,
Mariani
Dr.
Monroy,
Mariani Monroy,
que nos presentó una ponencia
who
muy completa y
presented
profunda
a very
sobre el proceso
complete
de
and
paz y el
profound
desminado humanitario en Colombia. Muchísimas gracias, doctora.
information of the
Me llamó
situation of
muchísimo la
anti-mining in
atención
Colombia. You
el
really caught
amplio
my
espectro
attention,
y las
the
múltiples actividades
many activities
llevadas a cabo en acción
that you
integral
have carried out on
contra
the
minas acá
holistic
en Colombia
action
en
here
línea con
in
los estándares
Colombia
internacionales.
with the
Yo
international,
gustaría de asignar que
along to the
recibimos
international
muchas
standards.
preguntas en el chat. Por cuestiones
We
de tiempo
received many
no
questions
tenemos cómo
due to
hacerlas, pero
time.
sí me
We
gustaría
don't have
de hacer
space
este registro como un incentivo a todos de que en todos
to
los
ask Dr.
eventos de la
Monroy,
Junta Interamericana de
but
Defensa contamos con la
from the
participación
Inter-American
y tenemos
Defense
la
Board,
noción
we
que
had the
esto nos hace cada vez
participation,
más fuertes cerca de
and
nuestros
this makes us
países miembros.
stronger on
Teniente
our
Coronel
member
Medina
countries.
Flora del Ejército de República
Lieutenant Medina
Dominicana.
Flores from the Dominican
Segundo Teniente
Republic,
Fran Baez de Ejército
Fran
de República
Baez
Dominicana.
from the
Sargento Primero
Dominican
John
Republic Armed
Peñalosa del
Forces,
Ejército Nacional de
Sergeant
Colombia,
Peñalosa
entre
from
otros
the Armed
que nos
Forces of
enviaron
Colombia, among
preguntas.
others that
Doctora,
sent questions.
a mí me
Doctor,
gustaría de hacer
I would
una
like
pregunta.
to
Si existe
ask you,
un repositorio o
is
una
there a
intención
repository
de estructurar un repositorio sobre las lecciones aprendidas en el
about the
proceso de paz
lesson
y desminado
learned
humanitario en Colombia? Y en caso afirmativo, si
of the
considera
case of
que
Colombia?
este
And if you
conocimiento
consider
podría
that
ser
this
compartido con
knowledge
otros
could be
países.
shared in
Bueno,
other countries that
es
want to
una
carry out
gran
anti-mining
pregunta.
at a
Y
humanitarian level.
creo
This
que
is an
pues
amazing
todos
question,
los
and I
presentes
think
aquí tenemos muchas
that
lecciones
everyone
aprendidas y
here,
buenas prácticas desde
but
el
this
resultado de las
knowledge,
operaciones de desminado
the
humanitario
good
y estamos
practices
convencidos de que
of the humanitarian
habrá
work
muchas más
towards
buenas
anti-mining, we know that
prácticas
we are going to
que
have many more
seguramente las podemos identificar a
that we
partir
can
de el
identify
análisis de las operaciones,
from
los
analyzing
resultados
the
y el
operations
trabajo que
and the
podamos hacer
results and the work that we could do
coordinadamente en estos espacios
in
que nos
coordination in
permiten
spaces such as
identificar
this one to be
esas
able to
oportunidades de
identify
mejora, porque
the improvement
como
opportunities.
cualquier otra temática,
As any other
cada
topic,
día se puede aprender más
every
y se
day we
pueden
can
generar
learn
nuevas
more
oportunidades
and
para
generate
pensar
more
e
opportunities
intervenir diferente
to
en el
intervene
marco de la
differently
acción de
and to think
responsabilidad.
differently.
Gracias, doctora. Y por favor, con una última
Thank you,
pregunta de
doctor.
nuestro seminario,
Our
me
last
gustaría de
question
invitar
for our
al
seminar,
general
I would
Fuentes
like
que haga la pregunta a la
to
doctora
invite
Mariani
General
Monroy.
Fuentes to ask
Doctora, la
Doctora
verdad que
Mariani
muchas
Monroy.
gracias por su ponencia.
Well,
Quiero,
thank you for your
ponerme de pie para
presentation.
plantear esta pregunta.
For this question,
Doctora,
I wanted
pudiera
to
quedar
stand
esta
up
pregunta para cualquiera uno de nuestros
maybe for
panelistas,
any
pero
of our
quiero cerrar
participants.
con esta
This will
pregunta
be
porque es
an
lo que vamos
important
a
question.
consolidar como reto para la Junta
To
Interamericana de Defensa.
consolidate some of the strategies
Quiero
for the
comentarle que la Junta
Inter-American
Interamericana
Defense
de
Board.
Defensa
The board
es una entidad de la
is
Organización de Estados Americanos
an
que
entity
tiene
of
como
the
propósito
OAS.
proporcionar
Its main
asesoramiento
purpose
técnico,
is to
consultivo
provide
y educativo
technical
en
assistance
asuntos militares y de
for
defensa
the
para la OEA y sus
education
Estados miembros.
of the
este
member
asunto,
states of
la Junta
OAS.
Interamericana integrada con
So,
personal
the
fundamentalmente
board
civil,
integrated
muy poquito,
by civilian
digo, perdón,
staff,
fundamentalmente por militares y muy poquitos
I'm
civiles,
sorry, a few
tiene un
civilians and
enorme potencial
mainly
para
military has a
asesorar
huge
a la
potential to
Organización de
assess
Estados Americanos
and
en los
advise the
4
OAS
pilares de la carta en que
on
se
the
funda,
4 pillars:
en democracia,
democracy,
derechos humanos, desarrollo
human rights,
y la parte de
development,
seguridad y de
and
defensa. No está
security and
incluido
defense.
ahí como un pilar, pero la parte de seguridad entra de defensa. En este tema
Security and defense.
de desminado
And
humanitario, en muchos de los temas que
in
trabaja
this
la Junta Interamericana
anti-mining
de Defensa, doctora,
¿Qué me llevo yo
as
como
many of the
director
topics that we worked
de
in
la
at the
general
board,
de la Junta Interamericana de Defensa,
as director
responsable
of the
del
board,
cumplimiento de los mandatos
responsible
y
of
la
complying
aplicación
with
de
the
programas,
mandates and
webinarios y
applying the
conferencias
programs, the
para convertir a
conferences,
la Junta en esa
how
herramienta de
can I
facilitador y
make the board
para
a
desarrollo y
facilitator
fortalecer las capacidades
to
de las
straighten the
Fuerzas Armadas,
capacities of
de
our armed
las
forces
policías y de
and the
todas aquellas
police, in
entidades
law
que
enforcement, all
participan
of the
para atender los
institutions
desafíos
that participate
que presentan
to
la
avoid the
seguridad del Estado.
challenges
Pero en tema de
of the
determinado
safety
humanitario,
of the states.
¿qué puede seguir haciendo la Junta? ¿Qué debe
What
seguir
can we
haciendo la
do
Junta
for
para
anti-mining at
consolidar
the
esos
humanitarian level
sueños
to
que dijo
consolidate
la
the
doctora, la señora
dreams
Tami, que al
that
principio eran unos sueños cuando
Ms.
empezamos
Tami
con el trabajo
mentioned?
desminado, pero hoy se ha
This
convertido en
was a
una
dream,
realidad
but it has
porque
become now a
Centroamérica,
reality in
hace
Central
algunos
America.
días, fue declarada una zona libre de minas.
2010
Aquí en Colombia
was
necesitamos
declared,
consolidar
Central
ese
America
sueño
was declared
todavía.
in 2010
Como dijo
a free of mines.
el señor Juan Carlos Ruán, ¿cómo consolidamos la Junta?
Juan Carlos Ruano
Ese
said how we can
optimismo que hemos obtenido después de 30 años de
consolidate
estar trabajando en el minado humanitario,
this
después de 25
optimism
años de
after
aplicar
30
la
years,
Convención de
after
Ottawa.
25 years
¿Cómo hacemos
applying
la Junta?
the
¿Qué
Convention of
hacemos la
Ottawa?
Junta para ayudar,
What can we
como
do
dijo el coronel
to help?
Tarazona,
As Coronel
a
Tarazona
pintar ese
mentioned,
mapa de colores, de convertir ese mapa de colores todo
to
en verde, ya que no hay ni
transform
amarillo, mucho menos
the
rojo?
map
¿Cómo hacemos la Junta para consolidar? ¿Qué reto me llevo yo como
green
director
and
general
avoid yellow and
para
red?
que la Junta
What can
siga
we do
trabajando y consolidemos ese
to
tema que le tocó a usted,
consolidate
consolidar ese proceso de paz a
this
través
peace
del
process
minado en Colombia?
Bueno,
through anti-mining in
una
Colombia?
pregunta bastante retadora.
A challenging question.
Pues la Junta ha venido transfiriendo
The
capacidades
board has been
sobre todo a la
transferring
fuerza
capacities
militares, ¿cierto?
mainly to the
En temas de
military
monitoreo. Creo
on
que el
monitoring.
tema de
I think
monitoreo y el trabajo
that
que hay que resaltar
monitoring is
a la
something that we
Organización de
need
Estados
to highlight
Americanos,
to
AIMA,
OAS, AIMA,
porque ese monitoreo nos ha podido
because
dar
this monitoring
el sello de
has
calidad a
allowed
las
us to have
operaciones.
a
Y pues a la fecha no hemos tenido
quality to the
dificultades
operations.
en las
We
entregas de
haven't
ese territorio
experienced
porque
any
los hacemos con
difficulties
ese
on the
checklist
territories because we follow a
en temas de
checklist
monitoreo.
while monitoring.
Y creo que eso respalda
I
un
think
trabajo
that this supports the
que
work
hacen muy bien las organizaciones, pero ese monitoreo externo de la calidad
and
creo
the
que es el que le da la
organizations are doing
tranquilidad
this very
tanto
well,
al
but
Estado
this
colombiano como a las
gives
autoridades
a
locales y a
peace
la misma
or
comunidad
tranquility
de
to the
avanzar con
communities,
la
to the
intervención
state
del
to move
territorio.
forward with the
Esa
intervention
parte
of
de
the
monitoreo lo
territory. And
hablaba
that
hace un
part of the
poco con uno
monitoring
de los compañeros de la
is
Junta.
done
Es
with people from the
ese
board.
trabajo que hace ya el profesor de revisar el trabajo final, ¿cierto?
Is the teacher
Es
reviewing the
mirar
last
cómo hizo la tesis
homework
de grado. La tesis de grado es entregar el municipio libre.
is
Y a partir de ese
a
trabajo
final task
sería
to
muy importante poder
deliver a
revisar muy
free
bien y hacer un
land.
análisis
So it will be interesting
del
to
resultado de las
complete an
operaciones,
analysis about the
del
result of
resultado
the
del
operations,
monitoreo,
result of the monitoring,
y que ese análisis de esa
and
historia
that this
de lo que hemos transcurrido
anecdotic information of
en el
everything that
desarrollo de
has
las operaciones
happened
de desminado
during the
humanitario
operations
no
of
pueda ser un
humanitarian anti-mining
referente
can become a
para
reference
identificar
to
oportunidades de mejora,
identify
para identificar nuevas formas de intervenir el territorio.
improvement
información no
opportunities and
genera
how to enter in the
conocimiento, pero
territory.
también no
Information does
genera
not generate knowledge, it
la
generates
identificación de algunas
being
fallas
able
que
to
hemos tenido.
identify some
Pues
failures,
somos
some
humanos y
flaws.
pues estamos aprendiendo. Empezamos un
We're
trabajo fuerte en
learning,
el año
we're
2016 con el
We started in
desminado en
2016,
forma. Fue cuando llegaron las
and
organizaciones
this
de
is when
desminado
the
civil a apoyar a la
organizations,
capacidad
civil
nacional.
organizations supported the
Y
national
a partir
capacity.
de allí hay unos
And
resultados
from
operacionales,
there on, we had
aunque han sido
operational results
revisados, no han sido
that
revisados
have
a
been
profundidad
reviewed, but
para
not
generar
deeply.
ese conocimiento y esas oportunidades de mejora. Entonces la invitación es a
For
que
the
ustedes
improvement.
hagan
So
parte también de ese proceso de
you can also
de
be part
revisar
of this
lo que
process
hemos
of
hecho hasta ahora
reviewing
en
everything that
Colombia
we have
y
done in Colombia
poderlo potencializar
and to be
precisamente
able to
para seguir
potentiate it,
mejorando.
to
Seguir
continue
mejorando
improving
nuestras normas técnicas, seguir
our
mejorando
technical
los resultados
regulations, the
operacionales que han sido
results at
muy
the
buenos en
operational
Colombia.
level that has been very good in
Tenemos
Colombia.
80% del territorio libre,
We have
306
80%
municipios libres de sospecha de minas. Tenemos un
of
reto
the
de
territory
102 y
cleared,
124 que seguramente
124,
son los
102 and
más implicados porque
124
son
that
los
I
que
think that
no
are the
tienen
most
condiciones
affected.
y por supuesto que
They don't
allí
have the
hay un problema
conditions
de
and
conflictividad. Entonces creo que
there's a
estos
conflict
102 municipios
on
que estamos
this
interviniendo
area.
hoy,
So these
como lo
102
veíamos
municipalities that
anteriormente,
we are
concentran
intervening right
un
now
gran
are
porcentaje de la
concentrating a
afectación y
big part of the
seguramente los
affectation, and
resultados operacionales
the
nos van a
results
servir
are going
para
to be
mejorar
useful for us
nuestro
to
rendimiento
improve
y por
what we
supuesto
do,
a esos
our
rojos que nos hacen
performance,
falta,
and the reds that we're
poderles
still
imprimir
missing
nuevas ideas y nuevas
to
formas de hacer
provide new
nuestra
ideas
operación.
and new ways
Sería
to
ahí
continue with the
en
operation.
general en donde
This is
los
general,
sumamos ustedes a este
where I
proceso.
think that the board can
Bueno,
become part of
Muchas
the
gracias,
process.
doctora.
Thank you, doctor.
Al finalizar el tiempo asignado para las preguntas a la doctora
Since we
Mariani
don't have
Monroy,
more time
nos
for
despedimos de
questions to
nuestro
Dr.
ponente.
Mariani Monroy,
Doctora
we
Mariani Monroy,
thank you
muchísimas gracias. En este momento
for
gustaría
your
invitar
presentation.
mi general
I
Fuentes
would like to
a
invite
pasar
General
a sus manos
Fuentes.
un diploma de reconocimiento
He's
por
going
la
to hand
ponencia.
out the diploma of recognition for your interesting presentation.
Patentizarle nuestro agradecimiento por su trabajo que está haciendo al frente de la ciudad de Minado, pero también nuestro agradecimiento por haber aceptado la invitación y participar con este tema de Denominado Unitario de Colombia. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, doctora. Muchísimas gracias. Sí. Señoras y señores, en este momento
Ladies and
finalizamos
gentlemen,
las
now
presentaciones de nuestro
we have
seminario,
ended with the seminar
agradeciendo
with
a
the
nuestros
presentations,
ponentes sus
and we just
excelentes
want to thank
presentaciones y a
everyone
nuestro
for
público
this
su
excellent
participación.
presentations and the
Relembramos
audience
a todos
for
que
its
aún no hicieran
participation.
que el código QR que está en las
If
mesas
you
está
haven't
disponible para la
copied the QR
inscripción a
code,
aquellos que
remember that
desean
this
recibir
is
los
still
certificados de
available
participación.
if you want to receive
Pasamos ahora
your
a las palabras de clausura del
certificate.
seminario de desminado humanitario,
Now we have the
a ser
closing
pronunciadas
remarks
por el general Fuentes,
by General
director general de la
Fuentes,
Secretaría de la Junta
General
Interamericana de
Director of
Defensa.
the Inter-American Defense Board.
Quiero comentarles que antes de las palabras de cierre, quiero comentarles que en
Prior
noviembre,
to the
cuando visité
closing
por primera vez,
remarks,
vine acá a
in
Colombia
November,
y
when I
específicamente a
visited
darle
Colombia
posición de
for the
mando al
first time,
capitán Lionel del Grupo
when
de
I
Monitores
visited Captain
Interamericanos.
Lionel,
En las pláticas que tuvimos acá, dijimos,
in the conversations that we had,
¿qué puede hacer la Junta, no? Para visibilizar el
asked,
trabajo que
what could we
muchas
do
organizaciones, que mucha gente está trabajando aquí
to
en
make
Colombia,
visible
la
everything
propia
that you're
sociedad de
doing,
Colombia.
everything that the organizations are
¿Cómo
doing? This happened in
hacemos
November.
visible
So
el
how
impacto
can
que
we
está
make
teniendo ese
this
trabajo
visible,
de desminado
the
humanitario?
impact
Entonces, trabajamos
of
con
this work?
el comandante de la Brigada de Desminado Humanitario. Dice, oiga, habría
Commander of
posibilidad de
the
que hiciéramos una
brigade said
ceremonia
maybe we
para
can have a
reconocer a
ceremony
aquellos
to
militares,
acknowledge
mujeres y hombres que han trabajado
the
en el
men and
humanitario, que
women in the
muchos se han visto
military that
afectados.
have been
Claro que sí
working
podemos hacer
on
una
humanitarian
ceremonia,
team.
¿no?
Meaning, yes,
Entonces ahí
I
le
said.
dejamos como
So
recomendación, como
the
instrucción al
recommendation,
capitán
the
Lionel,
instruction
que viera esto,
to
que
Captain
coordinara
Lionel
con el programa
was
AIMA,
to
con la
coordinate with
doctora
IGMA,
Tami, con
with
Karen, que
Tammy,
viera cómo
Karen,
pudiéramos hacer algo y con el comando de
and with
ingenieros de acá
the
del
command of
Departamento de Colombia.
engineers
Y bueno,
here in Colombia.
ese fue el
So
motivo de
that
esta
was the
ceremonia
reason
de la
of
mañana,
this
por la mañana.
ceremony
En
during this
este
morning.
marco, creo que lo
Within this
buscaron
framework,
bien, creo que buscaron la
I
información de
think that
cuántos años estaba la
we
Junta
had the
participando en tareas de minado
appropriate
y creo que fue
information.
efectivo porque
It
en
was
mayo
very
se cumplían los
effective
30
because
años,
in May
30 años de estar
we
participando en desminado humanitario y creo que la fecha fue acorde para esta
achieved
ceremonia.
30
Luego, ¿qué más?
years
Este
of
seminario que creo que ha sido muy
the work that
positivo
we
en
do
términos
on the
de experiencias,
humanitarian
conocimiento de lo que
anti-mining.
se
The
está
seminar
haciendo y
has
de lo
been
que hay
very
por
good
hacer para consolidar
on everything that we
este
have, everything
proceso
that
de
we do in all
desminado
the
en
programs
Colombia
or the
y
projects,
llevarlo a que
and what we
sea
still need to do
una
here in
zona
Colombia
o un país,
to transform
un
this
lugar
into an
libre de
area,
minas.
a zone,
Antes de eso,
a country
quiero
that is free
decir
of
las
mines.
palabras. Quiero mostrarles un video que se hizo de manera colaborativa
This is a
para
video
sensibilizarlos sobre este problema de
to
desminado
raise
y
awareness
convocarnos a
about
todos a
the
seguir
problem.
trabajando de
And
manera
this is
coordinada,
just for
de
us to
manera
continue
colaborativa
working
para alcanzar
together,
este propósito
collaborating
académico.
to achieve our purpose.
Los accidentes con minas antipersonal son crueles porque ocurren en situaciones inesperadas, afectando tanto a niños como a adultos en sus actividades cotidianas sin que sean conscientes de la amenaza que los rodea.
Cuando nosotros llegamos a la vereda Tierra Blanca del San Jacinto Bolívar a las 5:30 de la mañana, pues
When we
recogimos
arrived to
y
San Jacinto
seguimos
Bolívar at 5
patrullando.
a.m.,
Cuando iban a ser las
we were
7:30 de
patrolling
la mañana,
around 7 a.m.
estábamos subiendo un cerro,
We
entonces caímos
were
en un campo minado.
hiking in
Perdí
a hill,
esta pierna, tibia y peroné.
and
Ahí me
I had
atendió el
the
enfermero
accident.
de combate.
My
Hasta que
leg,
llegó el apoyo, me evacuaron
we waited for the
al
support.
Hospital
I
Naval de
was
Cartagena.
evacuated to
Mi
the
accidente
Navy
fue
Hospital of
en la
Cartagena.
vereda
My
Santo
accident
Domingo, sur de Bolívar.
happened
En esa
in
operación
the
yo iba de
south of
guía
Bolívar in
terrestre.
Santo Domingo. I
Cuando
was
caigo en un campo minado, me miré que mi
present
pierna
guide,
izquierda estaba
and
toda
I was
destrozada. En
on
ese
a
momento lo que hice
mining
yo
camp.
fue avanzar
What I
en
did
arrastre
is I
bajo.
moved
Ahí los
forward,
dos enfermeros de combate me atendieron.
and the
Después me
two nurses
recogió el
helped me out.
helicóptero, me llevaron al
Then
hospital.
I was
Ahí
transferred
pues
in a
me
helicopter
metieron a
to the
cirugía.
hospital. Then they
Como
proceed
a las
with
6
the
de la
surgery.
tarde
Around
desperté
6
que me estaban
p.m.
subiendo
I
en una
woke up,
ambulancia.
and they were
Mi mamá se enteró fue por el noticiero y por una
driving me
prima
on an
de
ambulance. My mom found out
que yo
on the
había caído en un
news
campo minado.
that
Es
I was
muy
victim of a
gratificante el
anti-personal
apoyo que me
mine.
han dado aquí del DIBRI.
The support that they have provided has been excellent here in the
La
DRI.
Junta Interamericana de
The
Defensa ha estado
Inter-American
trabajando
Defense
durante
Board has
30
been
años en la
working for
erradicación de
30
las minas
years on
antipersonal en
eradicating
América como parte
anti-personal
de la
mines
meta
in
de la
the
Organización de los Estados Americanos de convertir al hemisferio occidental en una zona
nations
libre de estas
to
minas.
transform the
En
hemisphere in
1993, la
an
Junta
area free of
Interamericana de
mines.
Defensa
In
comenzó su trabajo en
1993, the
desminado
board
humanitario en Nicaragua y en los 10
started the
años
work in
siguientes se
Nicaragua, and
expandió
in
a
the
Surinam,
following 10
Honduras,
years went
Costa
to
Rica,
Surinam, Honduras,
Guatemala,
Costa
Perú
Rica,
y
Guatemala,
Ecuador,
Perú, and Ecuador.
lo que llevó a la creación de las misiones de
After the
asistencia para la
creation
remoción de
of the
minas
missions
en
of
Centroamérica
assistance
y en
to
América del
remove
Sur.
mines in Central America and South
En
America.
2013 firmó un
In
convenio entre el gobierno de Colombia y la Organización de los
2003,
Estados Americanos para
an
recibir
agreement
ayuda en las
was
labores de
signed
desminado en el
for
país y a
supporting
partir de la implementación
the
del programa de
country
acción
of
integral contra las
Colombia
minas antipersonal. En 2005
in
se inició el trabajo de un
anti-personal
grupo de
mine. In
especialistas
2005,
exclusivamente
the
para
experts
Colombia
started
del grupo de
working
monitores interamericanos que
specifically
hasta el
in
día de hoy
Colombia,
opera en el país.
operating in the country up to this
En
day.
2010, Centroamérica se
In
convirtió en la
2010,
primera
Central
zona libre de
America
minas del mundo
was
con la
the
colaboración
first
del equipo de
area free
desminado
of
humanitario
mines
de la Junta Interamericana de
of the
Defensa,
world, with
siendo
the
su
support of the
participación única en
Inter-American
el ámbito
Defense Board,
internacional
with
única.
a unique
En el año 2015, el
presence
Comando
at a
General de
global
las Fuerzas
level.
Militares de Colombia solicitó apoyo a la Junta Interamericana de Defensa para capacitar a su
The
personal
board
militar en
trained
actividades de desminado
the
humanitario.
military staff,
Esto llevó a la creación del Grupo de
and
Asesores
with
Técnicos
this,
Interamericanos. Actualmente, tanto el
group
Grupo de Asesores
of
Técnicos
Inter-America was
Interamericanos
created for
y
the
el Grupo de
technical
Monitores
advice
Interamericanos son los brazos de
and
la
the
Junta
Inter-American
Interamericana de Defensa en
monitors. They
Colombia.
are both working
Ha
together
sido
with the
fundamental
board in
el apoyo de la
Colombia.
Organización de los Estados
The support
Americanos
has
y de
been
los países
fundamental
donantes y
from
contribuyentes que han
OAS
trabajado
and the countries
silenciosamente
that are
con
donors
nosotros para promover
working
la seguridad
strongly
y los derechos
with
humanos en
to
muchas
promote human
comunidades,
rights in many of the
librando vastas
communities
áreas de la amenaza de minas
and
y
wide
explosivos.
areas that have been
Es
cleared
primordial rendir homenaje a
from
los
mines and
hombres y mujeres que
explosives.
colaboraron para construir este importante legado,
It's
así como a los
important
militares y civiles afectados por
to
accidentes con
mention
minas y
all of the
explosivos,
people
cuyo
that have
ejemplo de
been
resiliencia es
collaborating,
replicado por
military
otros.
and civils, and
La
the
actividad
effort
de
that
desminado
is being
humanitario de la Junta
replicated throughout the
Interamericana de
world.
Defensa ha sido una parte fundamental de las
The
misiones de la
Inter-American
Junta
Defense
durante
Board
años,
has been
con el objetivo
fundamental
de
for
promover la
many
defensa y
years,
seguridad del hemisferio
promoting the
occidental.
defense
La Junta
and the
Interamericana de
hemisphere.
Defensa celebra
Inter-American
su
Defense
aniversario
Board
número 30
celebrates
en actividades de desminado
the
humanitario,
30th
con orgullo
anniversary in
por su pasado y
humanitarian anti-mining
motivación para alcanzar la meta
and
de la
for the
Organización de los
motivation
Estados
that they have
Americanos
to
de
achieve the
hacer del
goal of
continente
OAS to
americano
make
un
the
área libre de
American
minas
continent
terrestres en un futuro próximo.
an area that is free of mine in a near coming future.
Gracias. Aquí verdaderamente, pues, ya hubo una confianza por parte de los desminadores que ya esto nos dieron la confianza para poder trabajar. Y el hombre
The
trabaja con confianza, ya
technicians,
entiende.
now we can work
Sí.
and we know
Y
that
así, y
we
estamos trabajando
are
verdaderamente con
safe
el café.
and
Y
we are
esto a
working
la
with
vuelta
coffee.
de, póngale la
And
vuelta de unos
this
3
is
años,
something
2
that
años,
has
hay
happened
harto
in the
café en la
last
libertad.
3 or 8 years.
Bueno, para cerrar ya este seminario, quiero expresar nuestro agradecimiento
So again, I would like to
a
thank
la señora Tammy Hall, al
Ms.
señor
Tammy
Juan
Hall,
Carlos Ruan,
Juan Carlos Juan,
al capitán Lionel
Captain
Mariano,
Leonel
al
Mariano,
coronel Carlos Rafael
Colonel
Tarazona,
Rafael Arazona,
al señor Camilo Ernesto Serna
Camilo
y a
Ernesto
la doctora
Serna, and Dr.
Marilyn Monroy por habernos
Marilyn
permitido
Monroy
haber aprovechado de sus experiencias y su
for
conocimiento en
letting
este
us
importante
benefit from
tema
their knowledge
de
on this
desminado
important
humanitario.
topic.
También quiero expresar nuestro agradecimiento
Also, I would
al
like to thank
Comando de Ingenieros, a la Brigada de Minado
the
Humanitario,
Engineering
al
Command,
Grupo de
the
Monitores
Brigade
Interamericanos, al Grupo de Asesores
Anti-Mining,
Técnicos
the
Interamericanos,
technical
al
staff,
Coronel Talavera, nuestro moderador de este
Colonel
evento y
Talavera,
gestor de este evento,
moderator,
principal
and
asesor de la
coordinator
Junta en
and
tema de
main
desminado humanitario.
advisor
Así que,
of the
y a
board,
cada uno de ustedes por su presencia. Creo
and
que
each
hoy hemos
of
sido
you for
afortunados de
your
haber
presence.
escuchado
We
a
have
nuestros
been very
excelentes
lucky
panelistas. Creo que abrevamos conocimientos
with our
importantes y
excellent
nos llevamos aquellos
speakers,
retos que debemos de
and now we
convertir
know the challenges that we need
en
to
realidad
transform
para que
into
logremos
realities
este objetivo todos
so
de
we can
manera
achieve
colaborativa,
our
porque si a
objective
Colombia
all
le va bien,
together,
a
because
todo el
if
continente
Colombia
nos
is
irá
doing
bien.
great, the whole
Entre mejor le
continent
vaya
is
a
doing
Colombia,
great.
nos irá a todos mejor.
The
Si
better
todos actuamos de
Colombia
manera conjunta,
is
tengan
doing,
seguro
the
que
better
seguiremos
the
construyendo
continent and
ese
the
hemisferio
hemisphere,
cada
and
vez más seguro, más en paz y
we
más
will be
integrado.
safer,
A
peaceful,
todos,
and
muchas
more
gracias y que
integrated.
tengan una excelente tarde.
Thank you and have a pleasant evening.
The recording has stopped.